Welcome, to the Cursed Hour, where every whisper in the dark, every creak in the floor, might be something watching threes. If you found this channel, you're already part of the curse. The stalker from the store. The night was still. The dirt roads of a small Utah town swallowed by darkness. A man drove home from a routine grocery run, his car's headlights cutting through the quiet. He thought he was alone, safe in the isolation of his 40-acre property. But someone was watching, their eyes fixed on him from the shadows. It started in the store, a stranger's gaze. Too long, too intent. He dismissed it, but the man followed, silent and unyielding, appearing in every aisle, his presence a weight that grew heavier with each encounter. By the time the man reached his car, the stranger was there, staring from the parking lot, empty-handed and deliberate. The drive home offered no relief. The stranger's face lingered in his mind, a puzzle he couldn't solve. He tried to shake it off, unloading groceries in his secluded house, but the night held secrets, and one of them was parked on his land, a truck, lights off, waiting in the dark. Inside, the house felt different, its familiar corners hiding something sinister. Every creak, every shadow was a warning. He wasn't alone anymore, and the stranger from the store was closer than he feared, his intentions hidden but deadly. The night stretched on, the man's unease turning to terror. A sound downstairs, a shadow on the wall, proof that the stalker had crossed the threshold, bringing the danger into the heart of his home. I live in northern Utah on the edge of a small highway town. There's not really anything but a few stores, truck stops, and motel right up along the main highway. The town was a speck on the map, a place where life moved slowly, and strangers were rare. The roads to the outskirts are all dirt, just leading to a few other homes and large private acres of forest and grassy fields. My house sat on nearly 40 acres, surrounded by woods and open land, a sanctuary of solitude I cherished. This was a pretty typical day for me. I worked remotely from home and finished up around 6 o'clock. The day had been uneventful, spent in front of my laptop, the hum of the computer, my only company. From there, I headed into town to grab some groceries and stock up on a few items around the house, even though it was a highway town. The store was a familiar stop, its fluorescent lights and sparse shelves a stark contrast to the wild beauty outside. The highway wasn't actually all that busy, so none of the stores were ever too crowded. I parked at the back of the lot, as always, and walked in. Expecting a quick trip, I pulled in and started shopping. While I was in there, though, I happened to notice a guy looking at me. His stare was brief, and I brushed it off as a coincidence. At first, I thought nothing of it. I probably just looked over at him, at an awkward timing, while he happened to be looking over at me. I moved to the next aisle, scanning for canned goods, but the unease lingered. I kept going about my shopping, but a couple minutes later, and in a different aisle, I saw him again in the corner of my eye. He was there, too close, his presence no longer accidental. He walked into the same empty aisle I was in, and stood just 5 or 6 feet to the side of me. The aisle was quiet, the shelves half-stocked, and he stood motionless, not reaching for anything. I kept looking forward and tried to find what I needed, but I noticed he wasn't really moving around or grabbing anything. My skin prickled, the air suddenly heavy. So, I just shifted my eyes a little bit over so I could kind of see him better. Even though I wasn't looking directly at him, I could tell he was looking at me. His gaze was unrelenting, a silent challenge I didn't understand. I forced a smile, trying to break the tension. "Hi," I said, my voice steady despite the knot in my stomach. He didn't respond. His eyes locked on me, unblinking. The silence was a blade, sharp and cold, cutting through my calm. I grabbed my items and moved on, my steps quickening. The store felt smaller, its aisles closing in, his presence a shadow I couldn't shake. I glanced back, and he was gone. But the relief was fleeting. He'd reappear. I knew it. At the checkout, I scanned the store, my heart pounding. He wasn't there, but the weight of his stare lingered, a ghost that followed me to my car. The parking lot was open, exposed, and I felt eyes on me, hidden among the scattered vehicles. I drove home, the dirt roads dark and endless, the memory of his face burning in my mind. My property was my refuge, but tonight, it felt like a stage, and I was the unwitting performer, watched by an audience I couldn't see. The house welcomed me with its familiar creaks, but the night was different. Something was out there, waiting, and it wasn't done with me yet. This time, I said hi, then continued about my business. The man didn't say anything back to me. His silence was louder than words, a warning I couldn't ignore. I hurried up and grabbed what I needed and left the aisle. My hands moved faster, tossing items into my cart without thought. Honestly, I just thought the dude was a little weird, but I wasn't thinking too hard about it. I told myself he was harmless, just a tired traveler, but the lie felt thin. I went to the checkout counter and paid for everything, then headed back out to my car. I parked in the far back of the lot like I usually did. The lot was half full, the cars scattered like forgotten toys. I tossed everything in the trunk and got in. And when I looked up at the rest of the parking lot, there were maybe 30 or 40 other cars, but something felt off. The air was charged, the night too still. Then I saw him again. He was standing between a couple cars looking over in my direction. He stood motionless, his hands empty, his stare piercing. He didn't have any groceries in his hands, so I don't think he even checked out or got anything. The hell was up with this guy? Probably some creepy trucker running on 2 hours of sleep or something. I started the engine, my hands gripping the wheel, and pulled out. The gravel crunching under my tires, I pulled out of the parking lot and started heading home. The sun was mostly down by now, so the empty dirt roads were dark and quiet. The highway faded behind me, the dirt roads stretching into the night, my headlights the only light for miles. I parked out front and brought in the first couple bags of groceries. The house was warm, its familiarity a brief comfort. While putting that stuff away, I got a little sidetracked by a phone call from my dad. His voice was a grounding force, pulling me back to normalcy. But the conversation was brief. But eventually, I got back to it and headed back outside to my car to grab the rest of the groceries. The night was darker now, the stars hidden by clouds, the air heavy with the promise of rain. I stepped onto the porch, the groceries forgotten for a moment. Something was wrong. The night was too quiet, the woods too still. I squinted into the darkness, my eyes adjusting, and then I saw it. A truck, parked far off the dirt road, its lights off, its shape a silent threat. It was on my land, uninvited, unnatural. I froze, my breath shallow, as I watched for movement. The truck was still, but its presence was alive, a predator lying in wait. I told myself it was nothing, a lost driver, but the lie tasted bitter. I grabbed the groceries, my movement slow, my eyes never leaving the truck. The house felt exposed, its windows eyes that could be watched. I locked the door behind me, the click too loud in the silence, and opened the curtains, needing to see. needing to know. The truck didn't move, but its shadow grew larger in my mind, a symbol of something I couldn't name. I sat in the living room, the TV's hum a weak defense against the growing dread, my eyes darting to the window, waiting for the night to reveal its truth. Hours passed, the truck unmoving, but the house was no longer safe. A sound downstairs, a shadow on the wall, proof that the stranger had followed me home. And he was inside. His intentions, a mystery I didn't want to solve. When I did, I saw something. I had to squint and let my eyes adjust to the dark for a moment. But far out and kind of off the side of the dirt road, there was a truck. Its silhouette was stark against the night sky, a violation of my land. Its lights were all off. I could only see the general shape of it, silhouetted by the night sky. The truck was too deliberate, too hidden, to be innocent. I own just under 40 acres of land, so where that truck was on my property. It definitely wasn't there when I drove home. And if it was just turning around or lost, why would it be parked with no lights on? My mind raced, searching for explanations, but none fit. I slowly walked up to my car and got my groceries out, keeping an eye on the truck the entire time. My movements were cautious, every step measured, as if the truck could sense me. The best possibility I could think of was that it could be just some regular driver that pulled off the highway and thought that this empty land would be a good place to sleep instead of paying for a motel. Even though it was on my property, I wasn't going to make a fuss if I didn't have to. You never know who could be in there or what they might do. I carried the bags inside, my heart pounding, and locked the door behind me. I went back inside. After tossing the groceries away, I opened up the curtains on the front of the house just so I could keep an eye out there. The truck was still there, unmoving, a silent threat. Over time, say the next hour or so, I felt less and less nervous about it and thought that it was almost surely a driver sleeping. The TV droned on, its light flickering across the room, but my eyes stayed on the window. Still strange, but harmless. I spent another hour in the living room watching a show and never saw the truck move. The night stretched on, the truck a constant in my peripheral vision. It was getting late, so I closed the curtains and went upstairs to get in bed. I think I fell asleep pretty quickly. However, in the middle of the night, I woke up having to use the restroom. The house was dark, the silence absolute. I got up half asleep and walked across the bedroom floor and into the hallway where the bathroom was. My footsteps were soft, the floor cold beneath my feet. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a creak downstairs. I'd never heard that happen before. The sound was sharp, out of place, and my body tensed. I stood frozen, the bathroom door half open, my ears straining for another sound. The house was silent, but the silence was wrong, heavy with intent. I closed the door and opened it again, testing, but the sound didn't repeat. Doubt crept in, but my instincts screamed danger. I moved to the end of the hallway, peering down the stairs into the darkness. Moonlight spilled through the kitchen windows, casting faint shadows, and there it was, a shape, moving ever so slightly on the wall. It wasn't outside, it was in the house. Too close, too real. My heart pounded, my breath shallow as I backed away, my hand trembling as I closed my bedroom door. I grabbed my phone, dialing 911, my voice a whisper as I explained. The operator's calm questions, a lifeline in the dark. Minutes passed, each one an eternity, and then another sound. Slow, deliberate steps crossing the floor below. The intruder was moving, searching, and I was trapped. The house no longer mine. The truck outside wasn't a coincidence. It was a plan, and I was its target. Police lights flashed outside, the sound of boots on gravel breaking the spell. Footsteps scrambled downstairs, fleeing, and I knew the man from the store was here, and he'd brought his darkness with him. I listened for a second, then closed and reopened the door to see if it happened again, but it didn't. The silence was a trap, lulling me into doubt. I walked to the end of the hallway and looked down the stairs. It was all dark down there, only a small amount of moonlight coming in from the kitchen windows. The shadows were alive, shifting subtly, a dance of menace. But there was something in that downstairs hallway. I could see a shadow moving ever so slightly on the side of the wall. I couldn't tell if it was actually in the hallway or maybe outside the back door, and the shadow was just reflecting onto the wall. But I immediately felt my heart pumping. My body screamed to run, but I stayed still, my mind racing. I quietly backed up and went back into my room, closing the door as slowly and carefully as I could so as to not bring any attention. The door clicked shut, a sound too loud in the quiet. Then, I got my phone and called the police. I kept my voice low. For the first 5 minutes, I waited. I didn't hear anything. I started doubting that they were in my home until suddenly I heard creaking again. The steps were slow, deliberate, moving through the living room, very slow and very subtle, walking across the floor below me. It sounded like they went into the living room. My breath caught. My eyes locked on the door, expecting it to open. A minute later, a cop car showed up. There was a scurry of footsteps running around down there and eventually leaving my home just as the officers ran up. Thankfully, they caught him running back up toward the truck that was parked in the field. Disturbingly, I recognized him as the creepy guy from the store earlier. His face was the same, his eyes still burning with that unsettling intensity. I guess he really was stalking me. Even worse than him following me and breaking into my home, he was armed. The police found a knife on him, its blade glinting in the flashlight's beam. The guy claimed he was just trying to rob me, but from the looks of it, it seemed way more personal than that. And I don't know how long he was inside my home for, but he never took anything. He didn't even have a backpack to take anything with. His lack of loot was chilling. His presence in my house not about theft, but something darker. Plus, he knew I was home. He probably was watching me from somewhere outside all night. The truck, the store, the shadows, all part of a plan I'd only narrowly escaped. What he really would have done is better left unknown. The police took him away, but the house felt tainted, its safety stolen, the night a reminder that solitude could be a trap. The stranger at the cabin, the gravel crunched under my tires, the only sound in a night so still it felt like the world was holding its breath. I pulled into the driveway of a remote Airbnb cabin, its silhouette framed by a row of towering pines. This was during a road trip last summer. The long drive had worn me thin, and this cabin was my final stop before home. But something about the place, the way the trees seemed to guard it, the way the darkness pressed in, made my skin prickle. This is the story of a man who wasn't who he claimed, and a night that taught me to trust my fear. The landscape was flat, dotted with sparse trees, the cabin an island in a sea of shadows. Where I was, the landscape was pretty flat, but there were a decent amount of trees scattered around. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was clear they had planted a row of large pine trees perfectly in a line at the front of the cabin, with the gravel driveway going through the middle. The pines stood like sentinels, their needles whispering secrets I couldn't hear. Honestly, the outside of it mixed with the landscape was a little bit spooky. I unlocked the padlock with the host's code, my headlights cutting through the gloom. I parked and unlocked the padlock with the code I had emailed from the host. Inside, the cabin was a contrast. Modern, cozy, a haven from the eerie exterior. Despite the outside, on the inside, the cabin looked newly renovated, probably to be an Airbnb. But it was really nice. Small, but cozy. I dropped my bag, too tired to unpack. I didn't unpack much since I'd only be there for the night. I sat at the table and ate a meal I'd picked up from a drive-thru. The burger was cold, but it was fuel, and the cabin's warmth lulled me. But only 10 minutes after I'd gotten settled in, there was a knock at the door. The sound was sharp, jarring in the silence. It startled me because I never heard a car pull up or anyone walking outside. My fork froze mid-air, my heart skipping. I got up and answered the door. A man stood there, maybe 40, with a gray-black beard and shaved head, smiling too wide. There was a man looking about 40-ish, with a gray and black beard and shaved head. His presence felt wrong, unannounced in this isolated place. "Hi, I was just stopping by to make sure you got in and everything was good." His words were friendly, but his eyes didn't match. He said with a smile, knowing it was just the host now. I said I was good, and it was all great. I nodded, eager to end the exchange. I then said goodnight and shut the door. The door clicked shut, but his scent lingered, a heavy, earthy musk, like sweat and soil. Also, it's worth mentioning that the guy had an unusually strong odor coming from him. It smelled like maybe he'd been working out in a field all day. I frowned, unsettled by his sudden appearance. I thought it was a bit strange he showed up unannounced just to ask if I was okay, but I thought he must have lived close by or maybe even on the other side of the property or something. I returned to my meal, the cabin's warmth less comforting now. I went back to the table and finished eating, then took a shower to wind down for the night. The shower's steam eased my tension, but fatigue pulled harder. I was only in there for maybe half minutes before feeling tired enough and just wanting to lay in bed already. I dried off and hopped in bed, staying on my phone for a little bit, when there was another knock at the front door. The sound was a jolt, my phone slipping from my hand. This one scared me just as much as the first time because, again, I never heard a car pull up or anyone walking outside. The gravel outside should have betrayed any approach, yet there was nothing. It had to be the host again. But why? Twice in one night. Unannounced. Was too much. And so soon after, he just came over. I checked my phone. No messages. No calls. I checked my phone. And of course, there was no text or call from him. The knocking persisted. Steady, but urgent. I slowly walked into the main room, hearing him knock several more times. My bare feet were silent on the wood, my pulse loud in my ears. I wasn't sure if I wanted to answer the door or not, but I ended up just calling out from the other side and asking what he needed. The knocking stopped, the silence heavier than before. He stopped knocking. A voice came, calm but insistent. "Can you open the door, please? I just wanted to ask you one more thing. I'll be quick. I promise." I froze, my instincts screaming. I didn't respond for a few seconds because I honestly didn't know what to say. He knocked again, his patience thinning. In those few seconds, he must have gotten impatient because he knocked on the door again and asked if I could open it. I stood firm, my voice sharper. I said it was late and I wasn't in the mood. So if there wasn't an emergency, then I'd like to be left alone. The silence that followed was suffocating, stretching too long. He took a long time to answer after that. The silence was really eerie. I waited, straining for any sound. Once it reached a whole minute, it was even more so. No footsteps, no gravel crunch. I didn't hear him walk away. Dread coiled in my gut as I crept to the door's window. So, was he just standing out there? I quietly walked up and looked through the small window on the door. The porch was empty. The night beyond still. He wasn't out there, I exhaled. But relief was fleeting. I immediately thought that he must have snuck away, because surely I would have heard his footsteps on the gravel if he just walked away. How could he move so silently? But then, where was he? I lingered by the door, fear rooting me in place. I didn't know what to do. I felt really uncomfortable and didn't know why he was acting so strange. I stood there by the door for a minute and listened for anything. Then, a glance to the living room window stopped my heart. Honestly, I was scared to move. But then, I happened to glance over at one of the windows in the living room. His eyes stared back, unblinking, inches from the glass. I saw his eyes staring into mine. Panic surged, my legs carrying me to the bedroom. I panicked and sprinted to the bedroom. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed 911. While I waited, I heard what sounded like him trying to lift open the window, which was terrifying, but also odd considering he had to have had a key to his own house. The window rattled, a sound that clawed at my nerves. But that's when I figured it all out. He wasn't the host. That man wasn't the host. The realization was a cold blade, cutting through my fear. This was confirmed when police arrived. They found no one. The man gone into the night. He had already run off. The real host, contacted later, was miles away. We have no idea in which direction, but we got in contact with the actual host and owner of the cabin. I left at dawn, the cabin's coziness a lie. I don't know what that man's intentions were that night. His face, his smell, his silent retreat. They haunt me. Obviously, he was lying and clearly plotting something. But I'm just glad I didn't open the door. I drive past cabins now, their windows dark, and wonder who waits inside, wearing a smile that isn't theirs. The axe at midnight. The forest was silent, but the axe's echo wasn't. A stranger stood at our door, his blade gleaming in the dark, and the cabin we thought was safe became a trap we might not escape. Knocks shook the walls, each one louder, angrier. Through the peephole, I saw him, a man with an axe, staring, silent. My family huddled behind me, and I knew this wasn't a lost traveler. The door splintered, the axe biting through wood. We ran, locking ourselves in a room, praying the police would reach us before he did. In that moment, the wilderness felt alive with menace. He vanished into the forest, leaving gashes in our door and fear in our hearts. The police found no trace, but I know he was real, and I wonder if he's still out there. Watching, a single chop in the dark woke me from peace. By the time the axe struck our door, I realized the cabin wasn't a retreat. It was a beacon, drawing something evil from the woods. It was spring break. I was 18, and this year, my family took a trip to a small cabin out in Minnesota. The trip was a break from our city life, a chance to breathe. It was just me, my mom, and my younger brother, who was only 7 at the time. My brother was a bundle of energy, always asking questions, while Mom was the planner, mapping out our adventure. We were planned to stay at this cabin for the whole week, and part of the reason we were going to Minnesota was to check out some of the smaller towns and scout for a place we might want to move to in the future. The idea of leaving the city for a quieter life appealed to us, but we needed to test it. Anyway, the cabin my mom booked we had never been to before, and I don't think she knew how far out it was from the closest towns. She was probably more concerned on the price. The listing promised rustic charm, but charm came with isolation. It was really far north and about 35 minutes out from any shopping areas. The nearest store was a gas station with a flickering sign, far from the bustle we knew. I guess it was a good test at how good we'd handle the rural life. Though, the drive there was a little over 10 hours. I drove the first few hours, and my mom drove the rest. The highways gave way to winding roads, then to narrow paths flanked by towering pines. We got to the cabin at sunset. It was really pretty. The orange skies setting over the dense forest and wildlife. The horizon glowed, casting long shadows across the trees, way different than the skyscrapers and massive office buildings we were used to. The city's hum was gone, replaced by the whisper of wind and the call of distant birds. The cabin itself was noticeably old. However, everything creaked, and it didn't look like the place was professionally built. The wood was weathered, the roof sagging slightly, but it had character. It was fine. Though, it was a cabin after all. We hauled our bags inside, the floorboards groaning under our steps. We settled in for the night, testing out the wood-burning fireplace and just resting after the long drive. The fire crackled, warming the small living room, and we laughed about the creaky chairs. I ended up napping for most of the evening. The drive had drained me, and the couch was surprisingly cozy. My mom went to bed around 8:30, but because I took a long nap, I stayed up a bit later. The cabin was still, the fire's glow fading to embers. My little brother was also in his room, so it was just me hanging out in the cabin. The silence was new, almost tangible, a stark contrast to the city's constant noise. I sat by the fireplace on my phone for a bit, then thought I'd get some fresh air and check out the back porch. It was a really small wooden deck with a sketchy-looking fire pit in the middle and a few chairs around it. The deck creaked under my weight. The chairs weathered but sturdy. I sat down and looked out into the forest. The trees loomed, their branches swaying gently. The night was really quiet. No cars or busy streets, just the occasional bird crowing in the distance and the trees rustling in the wind. It was serene, a moment of peace I hadn't known I needed. I loved it. Being further up north, though, it was a bit more chilly than I expected. The air nipped at my skin, my breath visible. I spotted some logs stacked up on the side of the cabin and figured I'd give the fire pit a try. The logs were dry, the kindling easy to arrange. I lit it up no problem, and the fire stayed well maintained in the center, so I guess it wasn't as sketchy as I thought. The flames danced, casting a warm glow across the deck. Anyway, I sat by it for a while. I never get to do this sort of thing, so I just soaked it all in. The forest seemed to watch, its silence both calming and vast. After about 30 minutes of being outside, there was a very sudden and just completely out of nowhere sound from within the forest. It was sharp, heavy, like a blade striking wood. Honestly, I had no clue what it could have been, but I did think that the way it sounded and echoed through the trees was kind of like an axe chopping into a tree or wood. The sound was singular, not repeated, but it felt too close. It was only one sound, though, and I didn't think it was really possible for anyone to be out here near us. The forest was dark, impenetrable. It was pitch black out there, so I couldn't see anything. But whatever it was, it sounded pretty close. The echo lingered, unsettling, a crack in the night's peace. I stared into the trees, seeing nothing but feeling everything. As I stayed out there for the next 5 minutes after hearing the sound, I felt my nerves building up a little bit. Just this uneasy feeling that ruined the peacefulness from before. The fire's warmth couldn't chase away the chill in my spine. I ended up snuffing out the fire pit and heading back into the cabin. The embers hissed as I doused them, the darkness reclaiming the deck. From the sounds of it, my mom and brother were asleep already. The cabin was quiet, their doors closed. I still wasn't all that tired, though. I don't know if it was still from the long nap or maybe the sound I heard waking me up, but I still didn't really feel like going to bed yet. My mind was restless, replaying that sound. I stayed up in the living room on my phone. I had some movies downloaded, so I didn't have to worry about Wi-Fi. The screen's glow was a small comfort, the movie a distraction. Only 15 or so minutes in, I heard something. A faint noise, barely there. I paused the movie and listened. I wasn't sure if it was the cabin creaking from someone waking up or walking around in their room, or maybe just wind hitting the walls. The sound was soft, unplaceable. It gave me that uneasy feeling again, though the cabin's age made every noise suspect. I wasn't used to being in this kind of environment, so I think that's why I got so easily unnerved. The city had trained me for horns, not silence. It was only a minute later that I heard it again, though. This time it was from the opposite end of the cabin, not where the bedrooms were. It was from outside the wall just next to me. The only thing there was a window. My heart quickened. I leaned a little closer and listened. The silence was heavy, expectant. Just when I thought I might be hearing something, a loud sequence of knocks shook the front door. The sound was violent, reverberating through the cabin. It vibrated across the wooden walls. I froze. My breath caught. The knocks weren't a request. They were a demand. I froze up for a moment, then heard my mom get out of bed and hurry into the hallway, asking what that was. Her voice was tight with fear. I was standing up at this point, knowing something was wrong, but told her someone was at the door. The words felt hollow, inadequate. I could tell she was pretty frightened, too. She clutched her robe, eyes wide. She immediately went back to get her phone and call 911 because there was no reason for anyone to be banging on our cabin door in the middle of nowhere and in the middle of the night, as she did. I walked up to the door and looked out the peephole. The darkness was absolute, the porch unlit. It was extremely dark. There were no porch lights or anything, but I could see the basic figure of a man standing fairly close, just staring ahead at the door. His silhouette was tall, unmoving, unnervingly still. And in the dark, I could see the outline of a heavy wooden axe in his hand. The blade's curve glinted faintly, a promise of violence. I felt my eyes widen and nerves spiking. My mind raced, grasping for explanations. Everything rushed through my mind. I tried to think of any reason this wasn't what it looked like maybe he needed help, or was lost, or I don't know. But nothing fit. Nothing seemed to explain this as being anything but bad. The man was no stranded hiker. He was a threat. The man banged on the door several more times as my mom was on the phone with an operator. The knocks were relentless, each one heavier. They never spoke, though, stating any excuse for them being here. They just aggressively knocked on the door. In the heat of the moment, it was hard to tell how much time passed. It felt like forever. Though, the cabin seemed to shrink, the walls closing in. But then he did what we were all terrified of. One loud crack slammed into the door, and the slightest bit of the metal axe pierced through the wood. The wood splintered, the blade's tip glinting inside. We screamed, the sound raw, primal. He was coming for us. At that point, We all ran into the farthest room and locked ourselves in. My brother clung to Mom, his eyes wide with terror. We heard more hits against the door, but only 4 or 5 before they stopped. We weren't sure if he'd busted the door down already or if he had given up, but we just waited. The silence was worse, a void filled with dread. It took just under 15 minutes for the first officer to arrive to the cabin, which was honestly quicker than expected given how far out we were. The police lights cut through the dark, a lifeline. The front door had several large gashes in it, but there were no signs of the man having gotten in. The wood was scarred, deep cuts marking his intent. There were also no signs of where the man went. It's just assumed that he walked back out into the forest. The running theory is the guy was out in the forest when he saw my campfire from all the way out there, luring him to the cabin. The fire had been a beacon, drawing him from the dark. It doesn't explain what he was doing out there at night with an axe or why he came up to the cabin. But there's not really any way to know those things without him being caught and questioned. The officer's report was vague, the mystery unsolved. We obviously didn't stay there any longer. We packed in the dark, our hands shaking, and left before dawn. In case you were wondering, we didn't end up moving there either. The city, for all its flaws, felt safer than that forest's embrace. The axe's echo haunts me, a reminder that some dangers don't need a reason, just a moment to strike. Footprints in the snow. The woods around my small home were a shield, their silence a comfort in my secluded corner of the world. I lived alone, tucked away in a town where strangers were rare. I live in a relatively small home in a small woodsy town. A friend's call broke the quiet, his voice urgent with car trouble. He said he was having car troubles and asked if I could do him a solid and give him a ride home, maybe grab some food. 2. I grabbed my keys, ready to help. I grabbed my jacket from the front closet and got my keys, then opened the front door to leave. But the night had other plans. The front door swung open, and my heart stopped. A man stood inches away, his face half hidden by a scarf. As soon as I opened the door, my whole body jumped. There was a man standing right in front of me on the porch, like literally a foot away from the door. His stillness unnerved me, his eyes unblinking. The man didn't move at all, though, like he wasn't equally as startled as me. He apologized, claiming he was about to knock. Before I could ask, he apologized and said he was just about to knock. Who is this guy? My pulse raced as I stepped into the cold. The woods watching. He asked for someone. David. Maybe Daryl. Not me. The man took a second, then asked if I was David or Daryl. I don't know. Something like that. Whoever it was, wasn't me. I shook my head, and he left without another word. I said no, and the man just said okay and started walking off the porch. I locked the door, watching him disappear down the driveway. I stepped outside and shut and locked the door behind me, making sure the man walked all the way down my driveway and away from my home before I got in my car. Why was he here? The question gnawed at me, the night feeling heavier. My home's isolation was its charm. Long driveways keeping strangers at bay. My home was in a secluded neighborhood. Like you don't get random people just going up to people's houses very often, because they were so deep in the woods with long driveways. But that man's presence lingered, a crack in the calm. I drove to my friend, the encounter replaying in my mind. I pretty much thought about that weird encounter the whole drive to my friend's work. We grabbed food, dropped him off, and I headed home. I picked up my friend, and we grabbed a quick meal at Culver's. Then I drove him to his place and dropped him off. The snow was falling, soft and deceptive. I pulled into my driveway, the house dark and quiet. I stepped inside, shaking off the cold, and sank onto the couch. When I got home, I pulled into the driveway and walked up to the front door, unlocking it and getting inside. The TV's glow was a comfort, but the man's face haunted me. I took a moment to warm up, then hopped on the couch and turned the TV on. Hours passed, my guard lowering. But when I passed by the front door, I suddenly remembered that guy that was outside earlier. Was he really gone? I peered through the peephole, and the night shifted. The porch was empty, the snow falling gently. But something caught my eye. Tracks in the thin layer of snow, snaking up the driveway. There were shoe prints in the thin layer of snow. They seemed to come all the way up the driveway from the road and near my car. They veered into the yard, vanishing among the trees. Then they walked off into the yard where the trees blocked my view. My chest tightened. He's back. Immediately, I felt very unnerved. I shut and locked the door. The earlier encounter now felt like a warning, his calm demeanor a lie. I needed answers, and fast. I dialed 911, my voice shaky as I explained the footprints, the man, the unease. In the moment, I was concerned enough to call the police. I dialed 911 and stayed by the window as I explained my situation. The operator's calm clashed with my rising panic. As I was talking, though, I kept hearing something subtle, a faint noise, movement, stopped when I paused to listen. Every time I'd pause and listen, I wouldn't hear it anymore. Then, a heavy thud shook the back of the house, but about a minute into the call, there was a violent thud against the back of the house. Someone's here, another thud, louder, rattled the walls. I rushed to the hallway, glimpsing a shadow at the back door. I hurried over to the hallway, hearing another loud thud. As I looked down, there was someone outside the back door. The glass revealed only movement, the dark hiding their face, with the reflections of light from inside the house contrasted with the dark outside. I couldn't see anything but slight movement behind the door. A third thud hit, heavy, deliberate. Another thud crashed into it. It was heavy. They definitely had some kind of weapon or something to break the door down with. They're breaking in. My heart pounded as I weighed my options. The operator urged me to hide or escape. The operator told me to either find somewhere to hide and lock myself away, or find and escape. Hiding felt like a trap. So I grabbed my keys. I decided to grab my keys and sprint to my car. The run to the car was a gamble, the open yard a risk. Even though I knew the man was behind my house, it was still terrifying running out into the open. What if there's more than one? There could have been more than one person, or even someone waiting by my car. I made it, tires screeching as I fled. Thankfully, there wasn't, and I was able to get away. The police arrived later, their report chilling. The back door was smashed open, wet footprints trailing through the house. It was a good thing I left because when the cops got there, the back door had been beaten open and watery shoe prints filled the house. No one was inside, but the intrusion was real. But nobody was inside. I described the man from earlier, but without proof. It was just a hunch. All I could really give the officers was a description of the man who was at my doorstep, which there was no actual evidence of it being the same person. They never found him, but they never did. The what-ifs haunt me. Had I not met him earlier, I wouldn't have checked the door. Whether or not it was him, though, I think I got lucky that I ran into him on my way out of the house. Sleep might have dulled my senses, letting them slip in quietly. Had I not, I wouldn't have checked out the door before going to bed. The ordinary day turned sinister, a reminder that danger doesn't announce itself. But what's so unnerving is that This all happened on just an ordinary day, with him, or them, still out there. Every snowfall feels like a warning, with him still out there. Sometimes I feel like I'm just waiting for it to happen again. The shadow at the back door. The house was too quiet, a stillness that whispered danger. I stood in the living room, the soft hum of the suburbs outside swallowed by the weight of the darkened windows. The air felt charged, like the moment before a storm breaks. It was 2019. I was a sophomore in college and did babysitting 3 to 4 nights a week as a means for paying off my car. This gig was supposed to be easy, but tonight, something was watching, waiting. For about a month, I had this 3-year-old boy that I'd watch once a week. And now, I was alone with him, in a house that didn't feel safe anymore. The routine was simple, but the night was not. The parents were soft-spoken but friendly. They'd always leave around bedtime, so all I'd have to do was make sure the kids stayed asleep and was okay. While they were gone for usually 4 to 5 hours, they were a shadow of normalcy. Their smiles practiced but warm. I said hi to the parents who mentioned the kid was already in the room asleep. Then they thanked me and left. Their car vanished into the night, leaving me with a sleeping child and a house that seemed to hold its breath. I never asked what they did going out this late every week. Maybe it was a date, maybe something else, but the question lingered like a bad taste. I settled in, unaware of the eyes outside. Anyway, I put my bag down and did a walkthrough of the house like I usually did, then sat on a chair in the living room. The house was cozy, all soft carpets and framed photos, but the corners felt too dark. They'd always say, "Feel free to watch TV or cook dinner or whatever," but usually I just sit on my phone to pass the time. The phone was my anchor, its glow a shield against the quiet. Occasionally walking by the kids' room to make sure they were okay. The boy slept soundly, his small chest rising and falling, oblivious to the unease creeping through me. Not even an hour in, though. I got a call from the mother. The phone's ring cut through the silence like a blade. The call was a crack in the night's facade. I obviously answered, but I was confused when she asked if I called her just now. I said no. I was still at the house and hadn't called for anything. Her voice was tight, laced with something beyond concern. I guess she had gotten a call from an unsaved number, but nobody said anything when she answered. A silent call, a ghost on the line. She thought maybe I'd gotten a new phone, or was using a different one or something, and the call just didn't come through correctly. I assured her we were all good here, and she said, "Okay," and hung up. But the call left a chill, a puzzle piece that didn't fit. I thought nothing of it. She was probably just a concerned parent wanting to make sure everything was good. I checked the boy again, his door creaking softly, then returned to my chair. The phone's light now a fragile comfort. Then the headlights came, and the night turned. About 20 minutes passed. I was still on my phone watching a video when I saw headlights shine into the front windows. The light came in through the cracks between the blinds. They were harsh, unyielding, slicing through the room. I thought it was just a neighbor pulling into their house, but the light didn't fade. But after a couple minutes of the light not shutting off, I got up and peeked out the window. My heart stuttered. There was a dark gray sedan parked right out front of the house by the curb. It was old and rusty, and the windows were blacked out. It squatted like a predator, its engine a low growl. I was so focused on the car for a minute, I almost didn't even notice the guy standing a few feet from it. He was a shadow against the night, his eyes fixed on the house. I watched, frozen. They were closer to the end of the driveway, standing near the sidewalk and looking up at the house I was in. His gaze was a weight, pinning me in place. I was a little concerned, but I didn't want to confront them since it wasn't even my house. So I just watched from the window. The blinds trembled under my fingers. After a minute, he walked back to his car and got in. Relief was fleeting. Oddly, they pulled away very slowly, like they were still focused on looking at the house. The sedan crept down the road, deliberate, predatory. I watched as their headlights went down the road, cutting in and out of the trees, but then they stopped again. I could see the light between the trees staying still, far down the road. Then it shut off, like they had parked and got out. The darkness swallowed them, but I felt their presence linger. Maybe it was someone visiting a neighbor, and they were trying to find the address numbers, and got mixed up somehow. I wanted to believe it, but doubt gnawed at me. I stayed vigilant, but the night played tricks. Feeling like it was a little strange, I stayed by the window for a good 5 minutes, but I never saw the man come back down to the house. So I figured it was probably just a weird coincidence. The street was empty, the trees silent. I went back to the chair in the living room, but my nerves hummed. The phone forgotten. I did think about texting the parents, but didn't want to worry them about something that was likely nothing. The thought felt hollow. A lie, I told myself. Plus, it probably wouldn't have made a difference to anything. I turned on the TV. The low murmur, a distraction. Anyways, I decided to turn the TV on, keeping it on low volume so I didn't wake the kid. The screen flickered, casting shadows that danced too freely. A few minutes in, I went to open the blinds as well because I found myself still thinking about it. The windows were eyes, and I needed to see. Time dragged, heavy with dread. A whole hour and a half passed, or maybe even 2 hours. Nothing really happened during that time. The house was a cocoon, but I was no longer safe inside. I just waited in the living room with the TV on and tried my best to stay awake. Sleep tugged at me, a dangerous lure. My eyes were getting heavy, and I could tell I was half asleep, like I was still awake, but just fully spaced out and my eyes partially open. The world blurred, the TV a distant hum, but through my less than aware state I was in. I randomly heard a light thump. It was a jolt, pulling me back. It didn't fully wake me until I heard it again. The sound was wrong, too deliberate. My eyes opened wider and I got up. Adrenaline sparked, sharp and cold. I wasn't sure what it was, but I wanted to check on the kid first, so I started walking to the stairs. The hallway stretched. Too long, too dark. The threat was real, and it was close. But when I passed through the hallway, I heard it again and saw something in the corner of my eye. A flicker, a shape. I turned my head. There was someone outside the back door, pulling on the handle and looking right at me. His eyes were a void, locked on mine. Once he saw me looking at him, he started pulling on the handle even harder, trying to brute force it open. The door rattled, a heartbeat of violence. My adrenaline kicked in, and I sprinted up the stairs. My legs burned, fear a roar in my ears. I went in the room and got the kid, trying to keep them calm. The boy stirred, his small body heavy in my arms. As I was up there, the thumps got louder, like now he was using something to rip open the door. The house groaned under the assault. Escape was my only thought. With the kid in my arms, I hurried down the stairs. The stairs creaked, each step a gamble. When I got to the bottom, there was one more sound. It sounded like cracking plastic and metal. The back door gave way. I went back into the hallway toward the front door, but I saw the back door was open and the man was rushing inside. He was a blur of motion, ordinary yet terrifying. He had regular, casual clothes on and dark hair. That was all I saw before I noticed a knife in his hand. The blade glinted, a promise of harm. He didn't hesitate to start running at me. I was prey, and he was the hunter. I rushed out the front door, getting into my car and backing out just as he got up to my window. The engine roared, the night a blur as I sped away. I found safety, but not answers. I drove to a safe place and called 911 and the parents. My voice shook. The boy clinging to me. Of course, he was gone before anyone got there. The house was empty. The predator vanished. The way I see it, I think the man was going to threaten me with the knife or even harm me so he could kidnap the kid. The intent was clear, a shadow of malice. That's what it felt like was going to happen. But the why eluded me. But how did he know the parents would be away? The timing was too perfect, too planned. And why kidnap this kid specifically? The boy's face, innocent and unaware, haunted me. What's weird is after all of it, the parents stopped talking to me and never hired me again. Their silence was a wall, impenetrable. They thanked me on the night of the incident, but then went radio silent. It was a rejection that stung, a mystery that deepened. The past offered no closure. It was like they didn't want me to find anything out about what happened. Their avoidance was a clue, but it led nowhere. I did my own research, but didn't find much. The internet was a dead end, the city too vast. Only thing I found out was that the mother had been married before to a man that looked somewhat similar to the guy I saw. A fleeting resemblance, a thread too thin to hold. No way to know for sure. Though, I'm just speculating. The truth was a ghost, slipping through my fingers. It's been years now, so I don't think we'll be getting any answers. But the night lives in me. The thump of the door, the glint of the knife, the boy's weight in my arms. I still check my locks, still scan the shadows, waiting for the man who knew too much. The Phantom Passenger. This was last year during a solo road trip I was taking from Wisconsin to Montana. The plan was simple. Drive through the night, save a day, and avoid an extra hotel bill. Most of the roads there are basically barren, aside from the first hour and the last hour. Beyond the city's glow, the world dissolved into forests, fields, and distant mountains. Everything else is forest or open fields. Maybe some small mountains. Once I got further west, my car was packed, snacks within reach, and the open road ahead. But as the night deepened, why did it feel like I wasn't alone? I double-checked I had everything packed into my car and had my snacks and stuff in the front seat with me. The city faded behind me, replaced by endless stretches of dark highway. Barely any cars, and not many places to stop aside from a gas station every 15-ish miles. I was cautious, watching my fuel gauge. It took 20 minutes before I finally found a station to stop at. The place was a relic. 4 pumps. No clerk. The store shuttered. Nobody else was there. I started pumping gas, the nozzle sluggish, each gallon crawling out. Then, headlights crept closer, and the night turned strange. That's about when another car came down the road. It moved slowly, far below the speed limit, its engine a low growl. The speed limit was 55, but it looked like they were only going 20 or 30. It passed, then reversed, pulling into the station behind me. They backed up to the entrance and pulled into the station, parking at the pump right behind me. I kept my eyes on my pump, but the silence was heavy. I stayed looking forward at my pump as I heard someone get out and walk to the side of their car. No sound of pumping gas, just stillness. Why was he just standing there? I glanced over to see what they were doing. A tall man in a gray flannel and black jeans stood by his car, staring at me. The man was wearing a gray flannel and black jeans and was relatively tall, and he was staring at me. His eyes were dull, heavy, like he hadn't slept in days. I awkwardly smiled and nodded, then looked away again. My skin prickled under his gaze. After a good 10 seconds, I finally heard him grab the pump and put it in his car. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. When I saw the man looking at me again, something told me this wasn't the end. I got in and pulled back onto the road. My heart raced, but I brushed it off. Just a weird guy, nothing more. The rain made me feel like I had to pay more attention to the road, which in turn made the drive more exhausting and tiring. Hours passed, the rain relentless, my eyes burning with fatigue. I drove down the long, barren road until finally there was a gas station to pull off at. Another rundown stop, empty and silent. I pulled in and filled up my tank, then pulled into the side of the small building and parked in one of the spaces. I needed a nap, just 30 minutes to reset. But when I woke, his car was there again, and he was gone. I leaned back and fell asleep. The rain drummed on the roof, a steady lullaby. When I woke up, rain was still slapping against the roof, and my alarm hadn't gone off yet. It was just 25 minutes later, the world unchanged, except for one thing. There was a car at one of the pumps. I squinted through the rain-streaked windshield. It was the same one from the other stop. I was almost sure of it. My pulse quickened. Either this was a really big coincidence or something was wrong. I scanned the station. No man, no movement, just his car, silent and empty. Where was he? I felt my face start to go pale. The station was a ghost town. No store, no restrooms, nowhere for him to be. There was nowhere else at this empty gas station that man could possibly be at. My hands trembled as I started the engine. Whatever this was, I didn't want to stay to find out. I shifted into reverse, glancing at the mirrors to back out. But when I looked in my mirror, as I backed out, I saw him, not behind my car. He was in my back seat, his eyes piercing through the dark, locked on mine. My breath caught. A scream trapped in my throat. I jolted forward and kicked my door open. Jumping onto the pavement, my body moved before my mind could catch up, adrenaline surging. The car was still in reverse, so it was slowly backing up. I stumbled, the rain soaking me as I sprinted toward the woods. I started running, but I never heard the man get out of the car. I glanced back, expecting to see him chasing me, but there was nothing, just my car rolling backward. I ran into the woods, then watched as my car continued to roll back for a while, then suddenly stopped. A heartbeat later, the engine roared, and he drove away, my car vanishing into the night. He drove away, leaving me stranded at some unknown gas station in the middle of nowhere. I stood there in shock for a minute, standing in the rain and taking in the reality of the situation. My phone, my wallet, everything was in that car. It was then I realized my phone was still on the dashboard. I was alone, soaked, in the middle of nowhere. Then I looked over at the car. He just left his own car. It sat there, abandoned at the pump, its door slightly ajar. Curiosity and desperation pulled me toward it. I walked over and found the door to be unlocked, keys in the ignition, and random groceries in the back seat. A phone lay on the passenger floor, locked but functional. I found the phone laying on the floor by the passenger seat. I called 911, my voice shaking as I explained. The operator kept me calm, guiding me to stay put until help arrived. It was also stolen. The car wasn't his. It belonged to someone else, another victim of this man's game. Everything in it was from someone else that the man had done the same thing to as he did to me. The groceries, the phone, even the keys, they were stolen, remnants of a life disrupted. Though, from what I heard, they weren't as lucky to get out completely unharmed. The police arrived, their flashlights cutting through the rain. They searched the car, finding IDs, receipts, a woman's jacket, clues to another story, one that ended worse than mine. When talking with investigators, they seemed to think the man didn't sneak into my back seat and let me start leaving for no reason. They believed he'd slipped in while I slept, planning to wait until I was back on the road, isolated, before making his move. Likely, he was going to wait until we were on the road to reveal himself. The thought chilled me. What had he planned? Kidnapping? Worse? And who knows why he would want me hostage or what he planned to do. The police found no trace of him or my car, the rain washing away any tracks. He was never found, and neither was my car. I was stranded for hours, waiting for a tow truck to take the stolen car and a ride to the nearest town. The police were kind but blunt. This wasn't the first time someone had vanished on these roads. They showed me a map, pointing out stretches where travelers had reported odd encounters. Slow cars, strange men, vehicles gone missing. I wondered about the woman whose car I'd found. Had she seen him at a gas station too, felt his gaze, and not been quick enough to run? Her phone, her groceries, they were all that remained. A warning I'd been lucky to heed. Back home, I replaced my phone, my car, my sense of safety. I stopped taking road trips, sticking to crowded highways and daylight drives. The man's eyes, dull and heavy, like he was tired, haunted me. A ghost in every rearview mirror. I researched similar cases, finding stories of drifters preying on lone travelers, but none matched his description. The police called occasionally, but the trail was cold. I started carrying a lock bar for my car doors, checking my back seat obsessively. The open road, once a symbol of freedom, now felt like a trap, its emptiness a canvas for nightmares. Months later, I moved to a new city, trying to leave that night behind. But the rain, the gas station, the man, they followed me, etched into my dreams. I saw him, not behind my car. That moment, that glance in the mirror, replayed endlessly. A split-second choice that saved me. I wondered about his other victims, the ones who didn't run. Were they out there, somewhere, or had the road claimed them? The police never found answers, and neither did I. But I learned this: the world is vast, and so are its dangers. Some men don't need a reason to hunt. They just do. I told my story to a friend, a trucker who'd driven those routes for years. He nodded, unsurprised. "The road has eyes," he said, and told me of shadows seen in the dark, cars that followed too long. He gave me a knife to keep in my glove box, a small comfort against the unknown. He drove away, leaving me stranded. Those words became my mantra, a reminder to trust my instincts, to run when the world feels wrong. The phantom passenger is still out there, somewhere, waiting at a lonely pump, his eyes heavy, his intentions dark, and I'll never drive that road again. The Phantom of the Lookout. The forest is your escape, a place where the world falls away. But what happens when the woods turn on you? When the silence hides something that knows you're there? You're alone, miles from civilization, in a crumbling tower perched above the trees. The night is dark, the air heavy. Then you see it, a light, flickering. Wrong. It's not a camper. It's not a hiker. It's something else. You've laughed off the stories, ghosts in the wilderness, shadows that stalk. But now, as a figure stares up at you, silent and still, you wonder, what if the stories are real? What if you're not alone? This isn't a campfire tale. It's a chase, a race against something you can't see, something that climbs the ladder in the dark, and it's not letting you go. This is the night Alex learned that some places don't want you to leave. By the time you hear the end, you'll think twice before stepping into the wild. The forest was a labyrinth of pine and shadow, stretching endlessly in every direction. Alex, a thrill-seeker with a love for the unknown, had driven hours to reach this remote wilderness. There was a hike up to an abandoned fire lookout that he was really excited to explore. The lookout, perched high above the trees, was a relic of another era, forbidden to enter due to its decay. It was technically illegal to go inside it or camp in it as it wasn't kept up with and could be structurally unstable. Online forums hinted it was still standing, but the information was old. He'd done some research online though, and most people said that it seemed okay. But the last post he could find about it was years ago, so he really didn't know what he'd find when he got up there. Alex parked in a roadside ditch, the only spot for miles. He found a small ditch on the side of the road that he could park in. Then he got out his backpack with 2 days' worth of gear and started the hike. The trail was non-existent, a maze of roots and underbrush. With trips like this, there aren't usually defined paths to get there. So, he used a handheld satellite GPS that allowed him to make sure he was going the right way. But really, the whole time he was just cutting through unknown terrain in the woods. The forest grew denser, the air thicker. The further in he got, the more dense and rough the terrain got. He hoped the lookout would be intact. He was really banking on the fire lookout to still be intact and good enough for him to camp out in. But he guessed if not, then he was just going to have to find somewhere else nearby to set up his tent and sleep at. After hours of slogging through the wild, the lookout appeared. After the pretty tiring several hours of hiking through the woods, he finally got there. He could see the building peeking out above the trees, and when he got closer, it actually looked decently in shape. The structure loomed, weathered, but standing. The paint was worn off, of course, but it seemed to be holding up well. Alex tested its foundation. He gave the support beams a few pushes, and they were really solid. The ladder beckoned. He tried his luck climbing up the ladder. It was metal and felt sturdy, but still creaked with every step up. Each rung groaned under his weight, but held. At the top, the view stole his breath. When he got to the top, he was in awe for a moment at the views. He could see basically the entire forest. There were no buildings or roads or houses for miles in all directions. It was just the woods. The vastness was humbling, but it came with a whisper of unease. This place was too remote, too quiet. Alex felt eyes on him, though no one could be there. After taking in the view, he went around the ledge and inside the lookout. The interior was cramped, a time capsule of neglect. It was really small, not like one of those big ones that you see get turned into Airbnbs or whatever. This was just one room, maybe 150 square feet. It had a decaying bed in the corner and an old wooden desk in the other corner, with rotting windows spanning the entire wall. Dust coated everything. The windows warped, but intact. There wasn't too much else to look at in there, so he put his bag down and rolled out his mattress and sleeping bag. He set up camp, cooking a quick meal, then heated up a meal on his mini camping stove. The simplicity was grounding, the solitude a gift. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Alex stood on the ledge, the forest painted in hues of fire. Once the sun was setting, he walked out to the ledge and watched it. It was by far one of the best views he'd ever seen. Darkness fell swiftly, the clouds blotting out the sky. It was cloudy out, too, so no moonlight or stars were lighting up the sky. He lingered, savoring the quiet, with nothing else to do. Though, he stayed sitting out on the ledge for a while. Then, a flicker caught his eye. He saw something below him. There was a light moving around in the trees. It wasn't a flashlight. Its orange glow pulsed like a flame. What was strange about it, though, was it wasn't like an artificial light. It had this orangish hue and was kind of flickering, kind of like a campfire would, which led him to believe it was a torch. It was moving between the trees in the forest, not too far from where he was. His pulse quickened. No trails led here. No one should be out there, especially not with a torch. The light danced, unnatural, alive. The chances of someone else being out here at the same time as him in such a remote part of the woods were really slim, given there wasn't even a trail to get here. Also, traveling around at night without a normal flashlight and using a torch was pretty odd. Alex tracked its path. He watched as the light moved under the trees for a while. Then it vanished. Then it went behind something where he could no longer see it. For the next while, he never saw it appear again. He stayed vigilant, the forest now a sea of secrets. He still stayed out on the ledge, though, taking in the calmness and quietness of the night. The cold bit at his skin, urging him inside. He stood, scanning the dark one last time. Then he saw it, a figure, staring up from below. Eventually, the wind started to make it a bit cold, so he stood up to take in one last view before heading inside. When he looked below the ledge, though, someone was there. They were standing at the bottom in the grassy area between the fire lookout and the woods. It looked like they were looking directly up at him. Maybe it was the person with the light he saw earlier. Alex's voice broke the silence. "Hello?" he called out. He didn't know what else to say. No response. They didn't move or say anything back to him. The figure stood, motionless, a shadow against the trees. It was just this strange several seconds of looking at each other before they lifted up their hand, like in an acknowledging way or apologizing. Then they turned around and walked into the woods, still with no light on. His skin crawled. Another hiker? Maybe. But the silence, the gesture, the darkness, it felt wrong. Alex's instincts screamed to stay alert. Obviously, that was incredibly creepy and eerie. But for some reason in the moment, he felt so sure that it was just another hiker wanting to stay in the lookout. It was probably just looking up, trying to see if anyone was inside already. Why he hesitated to respond and only lifted his hand up, he didn't know. He lingered, watching the woods, but saw nothing more. He stayed outside for a little longer, but not seeing anything else. He went inside and got his sleeping bag to warm up. Inside, the lookout felt less like a refuge. It was a little bit hard to fall asleep because of the wind hitting the windows and the wooden beams creaking under him. But eventually, he did manage to pass out. Sleep was fleeting. A sound, sharp, metallic, jerked him awake. The ladder. Someone was climbing. When he woke up, the wind had settled down, and it was still very dark outside. He opened his eyes, wondering why he was suddenly awake. But then he heard a familiar sound, the soft metal creak of the ladder outside. Alex froze. breath shallow. He sat up thinking he must be mistaken. But then he heard it again and again. Someone was climbing up the ladder. He couldn't tell how far up or down they were. He could just hear the hinges at the top of the ladder creak with every step up they took. The windows were black voids. Outside the windows, though, it was completely dark, heart pounding. He moved. He unzipped his sleeping bag and got up, heart racing as he grabbed his backpack and walked onto the ledge. The creaks grew frantic, closer, as if they knew he was awake. Then, silence. Too sudden, too wrong. During the several seconds that it took to get up, the creaking got louder and faster, like they were hurrying before it suddenly stopped just as he made it out to the ledge. Alex stood, listening. He stood in place for a moment, waiting for another sound. He edged toward the ladder. Then he slowly walked around the walkway and peered around the corner at the opening to the ladder. Empty. No one was there. He leaned over, pulse roaring. He carefully walked closer and felt his heart rate increasing as he leaned over and looked down. Nobody was on the ladder. Confusion battled fear. He was just in shock for a second, confused and scared and unsure what the hell was going on. Then, footsteps, fast and heavy, circling the lookout. A shadow flashed past the windows, gone in an instant. Then a sudden sequence of footsteps came rushing around the wooden walkway behind him. He only caught a glimpse of their dark figure running between the windows on the other side. Panic surged. He didn't hesitate to lower himself onto the ladder and hurry down. It was terrifying trying to climb down the slippery metal ladder as his whole body was shaking from the adrenaline rush, with someone chasing right above him. Halfway down, he glanced up. He got halfway down before he saw their head peer out from above. A silhouette, featureless, watching. He didn't stop until he got to the bottom and into the woods. The forest swallowed him, his flashlight cutting through the dark. Honestly, he didn't know why he even grabbed his backpack when he got up to see what was going on. But it was the best decision he ever made. Maybe even saved his life. With his flashlight and GPS on him, he was able to hike his way out of there and back to his car. As far as he knew, he wasn't followed. He reached his car, hands trembling, and drove. He drove away and never looked back. Alex never returned to that forest. The lookout, its views, its secrets, they were no longer his to chase. The figure, the torch, the footsteps, they haunted him. A riddle with no answer. Was it a hiker? A drifter? Something else? He'd never know. But he knew one thing. The woods weren't empty. Something had been there. Watching. Waiting. And it had wanted him gone. Footprints by the lake. The woods were a sanctuary, a hidden lake nestled deep within, its waters still and silent. A lone camper sat by his tent, the crackle of a campfire his only companion. He thought he was alone, the forest his private retreat, but the trees held secrets, and they were watching. He'd been here before, a place unmarked on maps, known only to a few. Never once had he seen another soul, not a trace of human presence. But today, the forest felt different. Its quiet too heavy, its shadows too deep. A discovery changed everything. Footprints, fresh and barefoot, etched in the dirt where none should be. They appeared as if by magic, leading into the trees, a sign that he wasn't alone. Someone was out there, hidden, their intentions unknown. As night fell, the campfire's glow seemed frail against the encroaching dark. The footprints haunted him, a riddle with no answer. He tried to focus, but the forest was alive, its whispers growing louder, its eyes drawing closer. Then, footsteps. 2 sets. Deliberate, approaching from the trees. Figures emerged, their faces lost in shadow, their feet bare. They weren't here by chance, and the forest wasn't his anymore. I was camping at a small lake for the weekend. Really, this wasn't supposed to be anything special. Just a few days in the woods by the water to relax and nothing more. The lake was a hidden gem, its shores untouched, its waters a mirror for the sky. I got there, set up camp, and chilled for the whole day and night. The tent went up easily, the campfire a steady comfort, and I let the forest's quiet wash over me, a balm for a restless mind. This was kind of out in the middle of nowhere. It had a thin footpath leading to it, but it wasn't marked on any maps online or anything, so only locals would probably know about it. The path was barely a trail, overgrown and winding, known only to those who'd stumbled upon it. My dad used to take me here when I was a kid, in all my years going out to that spot, both as a kid with my dad and as an adult by myself. Never once was anyone else here. The lake was mine, a private retreat where solitude was guaranteed. Honestly, there was never even any signs of anyone else ever having been there. No litter, no tracks, just the forest and the water, untouched by time. I spent my time walking around the water, and I guess just thinking to myself, I must have circled the lake 3 or 4 times. The path was familiar, the crunch of leaves underfoot a steady rhythm. During those hours of walking, everything was quiet and nice. The air was crisp, the trees a green cathedral, and my thoughts wandered freely, unburdened by the world beyond. But then, on one of my laps around the lake, I happened to spot some footprints in the dirt just on the edge of the treeing. They were stark against the soft earth, impossible to miss. I had been walking the same circle over and over and never saw them before. Where they were, it was so clear and obvious. I don't think I would have missed them. The realization stopped me cold, my breath catching. They also looked pretty new. And what was really strange was not only that the footprints meant somebody else was out here, but that they were literal footprints, like barefoot, not shoe prints. The prints were deep, deliberate, the toes distinct, as if someone had stood there, watching the lake, watching me. The forest seemed to close in, its silence now a threat. I knelt by the prints, my fingers hovering above them, afraid to touch. They led to the trees, then back into the woods, a path I couldn't follow. Who would walk barefoot here, in this wild place, and why? I stood, my eyes scanning the tree line, searching for movement, for eyes. The lake was still, but the forest was awake, its gaze heavy on my back. I walked back to camp, my steps quicker, my heart uneasy. The footprints were a violation, a crack in the solitude I'd trusted. I sat by the fire, its warmth a weak shield, and watched the trees, waiting for answers that didn't come. The forest was no longer mine. It belonged to someone else. As darkness fell, the fire's light carved a fragile circle around me. I tried to focus, to push away the paranoia, but the footprints lingered, a question mark in the dirt. The woods were silent, but not empty, and I was no longer the only one here. Then, the sound. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the trees. 2 sets, moving in unison, closer with every heartbeat. The forest had sent its emissaries, and they were here, just beyond the fire's reach. The part of the lake I was at didn't even have any easy access to the water. so it's not like they took their boots off before going for a swim. Not to mention, I would have seen them in the lake. The shore was rocky, the water deep and cold, no place for a casual dip. Seeing this really creeped me out for some reason. Why didn't I see them nearby while I was walking around? Were they watching me and didn't want me to see them? The thought gnawed at me, my mind spiraling into unease. It was hard not to get paranoid about it. From what I was able to see, it looked like the footprints went up to the tree end looking out at the lake, then right back into the woods where it seemed to go straight back for a while. The trail was clear, a deliberate path, but the forest beyond was a wall of shadows, uninviting and unknown. I didn't want to follow them into that unknown territory of the forest. So, I just walked back to my campsite. My steps were heavy, my eyes darting to the trees, searching for signs of life. I kept looking out to the lake, or I guess the tree line around the lake, seeing if anyone was out there. I never saw anyone. The forest was a fortress, its secrets hidden behind a curtain of green. Something about the footprints just felt off, and knowing that they were likely still nearby, it wasn't a comforting feeling. The lake, once a mirror of peace, now reflected my growing fear. When it got darker, I fueled up my campfire with a good supply of wood and sat around it. The fire was my anchor, its light a fragile barrier against the night. I did whatever I could to keep my mind off of it, but it was pretty difficult. Part of me felt justified in feeling uneasy, and another part of me felt like I was overreacting for no reason. The internal battle was exhausting, my thoughts a tug of war between logic and instinct. But not too far into the night, I heard footsteps approaching from the trees. The sound was unmistakable, a slow, deliberate crunch of leaves. Coming closer, I instantly turned and faced the darkness they were coming from. There were more than one. It sounded like two people slowly walking closer to my campsite. My heart pounded, the fire's warmth forgotten. I stood, my eyes straining into the darkness, the footsteps growing louder, closer. Two figures emerged, their shapes vague in the firelight, stopping just beyond its reach. A man and a woman, side by side, their faces hidden, their feet bare. "Can I help you?" I called, my voice steady despite the fear. The woman turned and fled, her steps silent as she vanished into the woods. The man remained, unmoving, his gaze a weight I could feel, his bare feet rooted to the earth. I stared, my breath shallow, and noticed his feet, bare, just like the prints. These were the ones who'd left the tracks, the ones who'd watched me. I asked again, my voice sharper, but he didn't answer, his silence a threat. Then, he turned, walking back into the trees, his steps deliberate, as if the forest had called him home. The night swallowed him, but the fear stayed, a living thing that clung to me, urging me to run. I packed my camp in a frenzy, the fire's light fading as I kicked out the logs. The forest was no longer a sanctuary, it was a maze, and I was prey, hunted by shadows that moved too fast, too quiet, to be human. I stared in their direction until they suddenly came into the light. It was a man and a woman walking next to each other and stopping just at the edge of where the light from the fire could reach. Their presence was surreal, their silence deafening. I couldn't see much of their faces, or really anything more than their basic shape. I couldn't even tell how old or young they were. The firelight danced across their forms, but their features remained obscured, as if the forest itself hid them. "Can I help you?" As soon as I said that, the woman turned and sprinted back into the woods, completely disappearing. Her flight was swift, her steps eerily silent, as if she'd never been there. But the man stayed where he was, He didn't move or even look back at the woman. His stillness was unnatural, a statue carved from the night. It was about then that I looked down and realized he wasn't wearing any shoes. The bare feet confirmed it. These were the ones who'd left the prints. I asked again if I could help him, but then he too turned around and quietly walked back into the woods. His departure was slow, deliberate, as if he knew I'd run. I pretty much had an internal freakout after that. That was the most unsettling and strange encounter I'd ever had, almost not even feeling real. The encounter felt like a dream, too strange to be true, yet too vivid to dismiss. I didn't want to be in those woods for another second. I immediately started to pack my things. I'm not the kind of person to stick around when things get sketchy. My hands moved on instinct, tearing down the tent, stuffing gear into my bag. Thankfully, my setup was easy to put up and take down, so I had everything tied down in my bag and ready to go within a few minutes. The forest loomed around me, its silence a threat. I didn't know where they went, but I didn't want to still be here if they came back. I kicked out all the unlit logs from the fire so it would burn out soon after I left. Then, I hurried into the woods. The path was narrow, the trees closing in, their branches like fingers reaching for me. The walk was nearly 2 hours. For the first 10 minutes, I was really on edge, unsure if I was being followed. But the further away I got, the better I felt. The forest's grip loosened, the lake fading behind me. But the fear lingered, a weight on my chest. The whole woods was silent, not even any crickets or anything, when I suddenly heard running footsteps nearby. The sound was sharp, human, coming from the darkness. It was in the distance, maybe 100 feet from me, and it was definitely a person. My heart raced, my flashlight beam darting through the trees, finding nothing. I couldn't see anything, though, so I had to just keep walking. My steps quickened. The path my only guide. Only a few minutes later, I heard it again, this time on the other side of me. The footsteps seemed quieter than they should have been, too, which led me to believe that they were running barefoot and that it was the same two I'd seen at the lake. The realization was a cold knife, their presence a shadow that followed me. If they'd been stalking me this far into the woods, who knows what they were trying to do? Their intent was a mystery, their movements too strange, too silent, to be benign. For a while, I'd keep hearing running footsteps in the distance, just short bursts like they were quietly stalking me, and then suddenly sprinting away. The bursts were erratic, unpredictable, each one a jolt to my nerves. I can't think of anything that would have been more terrifying than that walk through the woods. The forest was a labyrinth, its darkness alive, and I was its prey, hunted by shadows that refused to show themselves. Somehow, though, I made it back to my truck. I was able to make it out of there. The truck was a beacon, its solid frame a promise of safety. I wish I had more to say, or that I figured out who that man and woman were, or what they were doing out there. But I have nothing. The encounter was a void, a question without answers. Maybe I'm insane, but sometimes I wonder if they were even alive or not. Their silence, their bare feet, their fleeting presence, none of it felt human. I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to. I never went back. The lake, once a haven, was now a place of shadows, and I left it behind, its secrets buried in the woods. Whispers in the storm. The rain hammered the roof of my camper van, a relentless drumbeat that drowned out the world beyond the forest's edge. I was parked in a secluded pull-off, deep in Washington's backcountry, the trees a dark curtain around me. I'm a 24-year-old female from northern Arizona. At the time, I was living out of a small camper van, traveling along the West Coast. The van was my home, my freedom, a way to chase solitude in places where no one could find me. But tonight, the storm wasn't the only thing stirring in the dark. Something else was out there, watching, waiting. This is the story of a night when the woods I loved became a trap, and silence was my only shield. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place where the chaos of cities couldn't touch me. I always tried to keep out of the big cities and stick to small towns for camping in between destinations. But for the most part, I liked to camp out in the back country. Being in the middle of the woods with nobody else around was where I found myself most comfortable and where I most enjoyed the lifestyle of traveling. The isolation was my armor, safer than any urban parking lot. I think part of it is that it was always safer to be out by yourself in the forest than it was to be stealth camping in a busy parking lot in the middle of a city. Yet, even in the woods, the night could turn heavy, its shadows whispering doubts. Don't get me wrong, it can still get creepy at night, but I always know I'm better off out there with nobody around. I was weaving between Washington cities, taking back roads to savor the journey. This week, I was slowly traveling between two big cities in Washington. I was taking my time, staying on the back roads and hunkering down at campsites for several days at a time. The rain was a constant companion, painting the forest in shades of gray. On this day, I pulled off the road and onto a small dirt trail going deep into the forest. The trail was rugged, untouched, promising solitude. There were a few pull-off spots, but none were taken, and it looked like nobody had been down here in a while. I drove deeper, seeking a perfect spot. So, I kept going, hoping to secure a larger and more scenic spot. At the trail's end, a wide clearing opened, ringed by trees, a stone fire pit at its heart. At the end, there was a large circle to pull off on. It wasn't scenic, just surrounded by trees, but it was large and secluded and peaceful, and even had a stone circle in the middle for a campfire. I leveled the van, the rain a soft patter now. I leveled out my van and parked. Since it was the middle of spring, it was raining pretty much every day here in Washington, so there wasn't much for me to do outside. I opened the side door, letting the damp air mingle with the warmth inside. I opened the side door to my van for some fresh air while I cooked a meal on my propane stove. The stove hissed, my dinner simple but comforting. It was around sunset, so I still had several hours before I'd be in bed. As the sun dipped, the rain intensified, forcing me to act. Over the next 30 minutes, the sun fell past the horizon and the rain started picking up. I shut the door to keep the water out and instead cracked open one of the small windows near the back of the van. I settled on the bed, laptop glowing with a show. I sat on the bed and watched a show on my laptop, but midway through it, a glare came in from the open window behind me. The light was brief, a flash across my screen, then gone. It was a light reflecting onto the screen of my laptop. My breath caught, the suddenness jarring. Before I was able to react, it went away. It didn't fade. It vanished, like a switch flipped. It didn't move away, though. It turned off as if someone switched the light off. I spun, peering through the window into the dark. When I turned around and looked out the window, I saw nothing. Rain streaked the glass, the forest beyond a void. It was really dark and still pouring down outside. No headlights, no campfire, nothing. I had no way to know how far the light came from or what it even was. I reasoned it might be another camper, their headlights catching my window. Being on a trail with other pull-off spots, I had to assume it was just another camper, maybe their headlights that somehow found its way through the trees and shined into my window. But the light came from the trees, not the trail. Then they quickly turned their vehicle off. The only problem with that was the light didn't come from the road I came down. Behind my window was just trees. I tried to dismiss it, my laptop's glow pulling me back. Maybe there was another trail I didn't know about. The rain's clatter masked any sound, making every rustle suspect. There wasn't much investigating I could do anyway. So, I turned back around and went back on my laptop. I glanced at the windows, half expecting another flash. Occasionally, I'd check out the windows or think I'd heard something outside. The storm's rhythm was my only constant, but with the rain clanking against the metal roof, it wasn't clear if I was actually hearing something or not. Nothing appeared. No proof of danger. Every time I looked, though, I never saw anything to confirm that something was out there. I clung to logic, refusing to panic. So I didn't worry myself too much. Fatigue settled in, the storm's drone lulling me. I decided to call it in for the night and try to sleep. I powered down, plunging the van into darkness. I turned off everything in the van, closed all the windows, and drew the shades. It was nearly pitch black inside. I slipped under the covers, the bed a cocoon. I got under the covers and tried to sleep. Sleep eluded me, the rain's rhythm too erratic. Usually, I didn't have much trouble at all, but tonight, I just couldn't manage to fall asleep. The storm grew fiercer, thunder shaking the van. Unfortunately, the rain picked up even more after an hour, and thunder started rolling in. It was very loud and made it impossible to even try to sleep. I lay awake, the forest's isolation no longer a comfort. About 2 hours into the night, and through all the harsh rain and thunder, I swear I heard something move outside. A sharp sound cut through the storm, a branch snapping, footsteps crunching. It was just loud enough for me to know I really heard something. My body tensed, every sense straining. It sounded like someone or something running and kicking over a branch on the ground somewhere just outside of my van. The noise stopped, leaving only rain and thunder. As soon as I heard it, there were no other sounds. I peered at the window, but darkness hid everything. It was so dark I couldn't even see the ground beneath the window. The longer I stared, the heavier the air felt. The longer I looked out there, the more uneasy I felt. A chill ran through me, primal, instinctive. I just had this feeling like someone else was looking back at me. I lowered the shade, sealing myself in. I put the window cover back down. I sat, heart pounding, trying to rationalize. I sat there and tried to tell myself I was overreacting. But only a minute later, I heard a voice, a man's voice, low, like a hushed command. It was a male voice, kind of in a loud whisper, like they were talking to someone else. I froze, fear locking my limbs. I sat in silence, too scared to open the covers and look out the windows again, knowing they'd probably see me if they hadn't already. The van was a beacon. They knew I was here. However, they likely already could assume someone was in the van, which makes it all the more terrifying. Minutes passed. The storm, my only sound. There was a good 2 or 3 minutes where I didn't hear anything aside from the rain and thunder, before there was suddenly something outside the sliding side door to the van. A creak, like pressure against the door, broke the silence. It sounded like bending plastic, like someone was leaning against the side door. Then, a knock, sharp and deliberate. Then there was a knock. My breath caught. My body were rigid. A few seconds later, they knocked again. I stayed silent, fear outweighing curiosity. Even though I was sure they knew I was in here already, I still was too scared to speak. They didn't know who I was, or how many. Silence was my shield. Maybe they weren't sure how many people were inside, or if I was a man or a woman. So, I felt safer not giving them anything and just staying quiet. The knocking continued, relentless, each tap a demand. A very disturbing and anxious 5 minutes went by as the knocking continued every few seconds without anyone saying anything. They were out there, soaked, persistent. They had to be drenched by now and probably couldn't see at all through this weather. Then, a voice, loud enough to cut through the rain. But then they finally said something. "Sheriff's Department, open up!" My stomach dropped. Sheriff? What? Doubt flooded me. I didn't believe that for a second. Why wait so long to identify? If it were true, why wouldn't they have said that from the beginning? The knocking resumed, paired with claims of authority. They continued knocking and calling out different lines, all basically stating that they were an officer and I needed to open the door. It felt like a ploy, desperate and calculated. This seemed like a desperate attempt to get me to open up without violence. I lifted the shade, heart racing. I slowly lifted the window cover and looked out. A figure moved, but no badge, no uniform, just a shadow. All I could see was a dark figure moving near the door. But from the shape of it, it didn't look like he had any sort of law enforcement gear on. So I was sure this was about to get really bad. Fear turned to action, my mind racing. I debated in my head what to do for 30 seconds as it felt like the knocking got more and more impatient before I decided to risk getting into the driver's seat and trying to drive away. I slid to the driver's seat, keys shaking in my hand. As soon as I went up there and turned the car on, I heard 2 sets of footsteps running up to the side of the van. The engine roared, and a figure loomed at the window. I began pulling out just as a figure appeared in the window next to me. I floored it, the van lurching forward. Thank God the van didn't get stuck, and I was able to get out onto the trail. The trail stretched ahead, empty, no headlights behind. As I drove away, I never saw any other vehicle down the road, which makes the intentions of these unknown people likely really disturbing. I drove until the forest gave way to a town, my heart still pounding. I put in a report with the county, who of course said no officers were out there that night, but I never got any follow-up. The sheriff confirmed, no officers, no patrol. Things could have gotten really bad out there. But I haven't had anything else happen since then. I camp still, but the woods feel different now. Their silence a question I can't answer. Whoever they were, their whispers linger. A storm I'll never outrun. The imposter's lights. The lights flashed behind me, blue and red. But something was wrong. The man in the uniform wasn't a cop. His smirk, his too short pants, his unmarked car screamed danger. I floored the gas, praying I'd outrun a predator. He leaned into my car, his face too close, his badge too perfect. "I know why I pulled you over," he said. But his eyes said something else. When I called 911, the truth hit. He wasn't police, he was a monster. My old Nissan shook at some miles an hour, screaming through the night as his lights chased me. I was 18, alone, and running from a man who'd killed before. Every turn was a gamble, every second a fight for my life. I thought I was safe in my quiet town, where cops hid in every shadow. But that night, the shadow was a lie, a fake officer with a real threat, and I was his target until I found the real police. The diner's lot was empty, my engine dying as I stopped. I waited for death, for him to catch me. But then, real sirens sang, and I realized I'd escaped a fate tied to a string of violent crimes. I live in a middle-ass suburban town in an East Coast state that is extremely anti-drug. The town was orderly, its lawns manicured, its streets patrolled with zeal. The fleet of police, especially unmarked undercover cops, as we call them, is absolutely absurd for a relatively crime-free town. Except for pot-smoking kids. That is, the police were everywhere, their presence a constant hum. There are unmarked police cars of every kind, from brand new Chevy sedans and hatchbacks to brand new Cadillac pickups and SUVs, Dodge Chargers, GMC and Ford SUVs, classic Ford Crown Victorias, Jeep Wranglers, fake taxi cabs, and everything you could possibly think of. They blended into the town, their lights hidden until needed. Because there are so many unmarked police cars in my area, they often get decommissioned and are sold as used cars that still very much look like police cars. The surplus was a local quirk, a reminder of the town's obsession with control. A friend of mine even owns a decommissioned Ford Crown Victoria. Its black paint and tinted windows still screamed cop, but it was just a car now, a relic of authority. Last week, I was on my way home from a date in an area that I was slightly unfamiliar with around midnight. The date had been sweet, a diner meal and a movie, but the roads home were a maze of unfamiliar turns. I was driving along, following the speed limit, and I saw a blatant undercover police car tailgating me in the otherwise deserted road. Its headlights loomed in my rearview mirror. Too close, too steady. He follows me for about 5 miles before finally turning on his lights. The red and blue glow was unmistakable, a command to stop. I was nervous. I had never been pulled over, and I was driving past 11 o'clock, not necessarily allowed for minors in my area. The curfew was strict, a rule I'd rarely tested. Not to mention, I had a small amount of illegal herbs hidden under my spare tire in my trunk. The baggie was a secret, tucked away for a moment of rebellion, but now it felt like a noose. So, knowing my town's extremely harsh police force, I was nervous. My palms sweated, my heart racing as I signaled to pull over. Regardless, I pull off the road into an abandoned gas station, and I have my papers ready. The station was a husk, its pumps rusted, its windows boarded. The policeman approaches my window, and he is wearing a police uniform, and I take notice that he's surprisingly good-looking, in his early 20s, with longer than most cops' blonde hair. His face was sharp, almost too polished, his hair brushing his collar in a way no local cop would dare. He leans his head uncomfortably far into my small car and asks me where I'm headed. And if I know why I was pulled over. His breath was close, his tone casual but edged. I answer, and I say no to the question. My voice was steady, but my mind raced. He smirks and says, "I do," before returning to his car with my license, registration, and proof of insurance. The smirk was wrong. Too knowing, too personal. The nearby streetlight illuminates his unmarked car, and I study it in the mirror. The car was a sleek sedan, black and unassuming. He had a civilian license plate, no police badge on it. That was odd. Every cop car I knew had some marking, even the unmarked ones. I also noticed as he walked away that his pants were much too short for him. The bell-bottoms awkwardly exposed 6 inches of his ankles. The uniform was ill-fitting, the pants almost comical, exposing pale skin above his boots. I had a very bad feeling about the whole thing, but I remained in my car. The gas station felt too quiet, the road too empty. My gut screamed danger, but I couldn't place why, until I realized he wasn't acting like any cop I'd ever seen. He comes back to my car and asks me to pull around behind the building of the closed gas station. His tone was calm, but the request was a red flag. I say sure, and I turn on my car, but inside of me the alarm bells are ringing. Why behind the building? Why hide from the road? There was no reason for me to go behind the building other than to hide our cars from the road. My hands trembled on the wheel, my mind racing through possibilities. None good. So, I roll out my window and I dial 911 as he walks back to his car. My phone was a lifeline. My voice low as I spoke. I told the operator I was just pulled over by a suspicious police car, and I read her the license plate number. The operator's response was immediate, her voice sharp. She tells me that it cannot possibly be a police car, and I should get out of there as soon as possible and drive to a public place. The words hit like a punch. Fake cop. Real danger. So, I pull behind the building as instructed, with him following, and I pull my car around the other side of the building. I played along, letting him think I was compliant. And then I make a break for the road. My foot slammed the gas, the Nissan lurching forward. He turns on his lights and follows. The red and blue flashed again. A predator's signal. So, I'm still on the phone with 911, and my operator isn't giving me any helpful information. Her voice was a distant hum, useless against the roar of my fear. I'm trying to win a car chase in my 1994 0 to 60 in 20 minutes. Nissan, crying hysterically. Tears blurred my vision, my sobs choking my breath. I'm flying down a road that I don't know at 75 mph, faster than I'd ever driven before, and my car begins shaking violently. The engine screamed, the frame rattling as if it might collapse. The policeman keeps a steady trail behind me, lights, but not sirens on. His silence was eerie, calculated. The road stretched into the unknown. My only weapon, a failing car, and a desperate hope to find safety. My poor car screams and screeches through a red light. The intersection was empty, but the risk was reckless, my heart pounding. And after the turn, I realize I'm on the road that runs through my town. I now know exactly where I am. The familiar street was a lifeline, its lights a beacon. This road is much more populated, and I have my fingers on the horn. It's a button. The horn blared, a frantic cry for attention. And I'm weaving through the angry drivers at 60 on a 40 mph road. Cars swerved, their headlights glaring. But I didn't care. My only hope is to attract the attention of a real police officer, because I know that they hide on this road to catch speeders. The town's obsession with control was my salvation now. I finally approach an out-of-business diner that sits in front of my neighborhood. The diner was a landmark. Its lot, a known trap for speeders. I whip into the parking lot because I've never passed that diner without there being a hiding police car. My tires skidded, the car shuddering to a stop. I stop my car and look around desperately. I don't see anyone. The lot was empty, the diner's windows dark. I've never felt such a feeling of hopelessness in my life. I thought I was going to die. My hands gripped the wheel, my body frozen. When I drove into that parking lot, I expected to run into the arms of my hero, but instead, I was alone in an abandoned parking lot. The engine groaned, its protests loud in the silence. The only sounds were the violent protests coming from my engine, and I was sure it wouldn't start again if I tried. I froze. I'm not sure how long I sat there with white knuckles strangling my steering wheel. Time blurred, each second a lifetime. I only turned around when I heard a car door slam, and I was sure this was the end. My heart stopped, my eyes darting to the mirror. I look at the mirror, expecting the horrible short pants wearing fake policemen. But the sight was different. A miracle. But instead, I see 3 marked real police cars with 5 or 6 policemen exiting, hands on guns, looking concerned. They brought me to the station and took my statement and calmed me down. The station was bright, safe, a world away from the chase. Apparently, the fake police car gave up on the chase when I turned into the parking lot, probably fearing there was a hiding police car there. His lights had vanished, his pursuit abandoned. They praised me for my critical thinking and calling 911 and told me there had been a string of violent rapes, one ending in a girl's death in the neighboring state, all pulled over by a car matching my description. The words were a gut punch, the reality sinking in. As far as I know, they haven't caught him. He was still out there, a shadow waiting for another victim. I escaped, but the fear lingers, a reminder that even in a town watched by countless eyes, evil can wear a badge. Smiles in the dark. The night was alive with the reckless energy of youth, a small town escape from the weight of a broken home. I was a teenager, fueled by rebellion and the sting of my parents' divorce. She had a little interaction with her father growing up, and because of this, she developed into something of a rebellious teenager. Sneaking out was my defiance, a way to drown the silence of my father's absence. She smoked a lot of weed and drank, and would sometimes even sneak out to go to parties or to hang out with her friends. That night, with friends, we drank until the world blurred. We shouldn't have driven. The car was a cocoon of laughter and liquor, the road a ribbon through endless farmland. Because of this, she snuck out one night to hang out with a group of her friends, and they drank like hell. We were reckless, chasing the next thrill. Eventually, they decided that they wanted to go somewhere else. My mother's voice echoes now, a warning to never drive drunk. My mom will always stop, right here, to remind my brother and sister and I to never drink and drive. But we did, and the flashing lights of a police cruiser stopped us cold. It must have been pretty obvious that they were drunk because they were pulled over by a cop. We're in trouble. The cruiser's lights burned through the haze, and panic gripped us. When they were pulled over, my mom and her 3 friends started to panic. One friend sobbed, her fear contagious. One of them even started to cry. I turned, spotting 2 officers, one approaching, the other in the car. She saw that there were 2 cops. One walks over to the car, and the other stayed in the police cruiser. His face came into view. Familiar. A man from church. My mom sigh in relief as she recognizes him. She knew him as Mr. Nelson, a big man in his 40s who went to her church. Maybe we'll get a break. Mr. Nelson leaned in, his voice calm but sharp. Mr. Nelson looks right at my mom. Having a good night. Are we Miss Kelvin? He asks her. I forced a smile, lying smoothly. My mom smiles, both nervous and embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Nelson. We must have been distracting the driver too much. He wasn't buying it. My mom had gotten used to lying by this point and was already pretty good at it. But Mr. Nelson looked unconvinced. He demanded licenses and registration, then ordered us out. He asked for the standard driver license and registration, and then asks them all to step out of the vehicle. This isn't good, my friend whispered. We're done for, my mom's friend whispers to her. We're going to get tested. We stood by the car, the night air biting, as the officers watched from a distance. Mr. Nelson and his partner, some guy that my mom didn't recognize, told the girls to stand over by their car, putting a fair amount of distance between the two groups. Mr. Nelson's faint smile sent a shiver through me. When my mom looks back at them, Mr. Nelson had the faintest of smiles on his face. "Ladies, you have two choices," he said, his tone shifting. "Okay, ladies," he says, "there's two things that could happen." His partner grinned, and my stomach dropped. "What's happening?" "We could take you home and tell your parents everything. We could do that, or his smile gets bigger. You could do something for us." The words hung heavy, their meaning sinking in like poison. A chill runs down my mom's back. She did not like the way he said that at all. "What kind of things?" a friend asked, her voice trembling. "What kind of things?" one of her friends asks. Mr. Nelson's smile widened, smug and satisfied. Mr. Nelson's smile gets bigger. "It's not an evil or sadistic smile," she says. She said that it looked more like a smug satisfaction. "A strip search," he said, his eyes gleaming. "I'm thinking that we might have to conduct a strip search." My blood froze. My mom's blood went cold. This was Mr. Nelson, a man I trusted, now a predator in uniform. Silence fell, broken only by their low laughter. Everything goes silent for a second, except for the smug smiles on their faces and the low bit of laughter that came from the other officer. "What?" I managed, my voice small. What was all my mom could muster? He leaned closer, his hunger clear. Mr. Nelson looked at her, a hungry look on his face. "Show us some skin, and this goes away," he said. "Come on, this doesn't have to end badly. Just show us some skin, and we can forget this ever happened." We refused, defiance sparking. My mom and her friends refused at first. There was no way in hell that they would do that, no matter how much trouble we would get them in. But his face darkened, his voice a growl. But Mr. Nelson's face darkened. "I don't think you understand," he growled. His tone was a blade, slicing through our courage. "Now, how about you be nice and friendly and do it?" His voice terrified them. Fear took over, and we obeyed, stripping bare under their gazes. My mom and her friends obeyed. They stripped down completely nude and just stood there. Their laughter was vile, their smugness a weight. The cops laughed and smiled like smug bastards. They enjoyed our humiliation, their power absolute. They were clearly getting a kick out of this. I won't speak of what followed. The details too raw. My mother won't talk about what they did. And for the life of me, I really don't want to know. Leaning against the car, we were exposed, one friend sobbing uncontrollably. But what I do know is that eventually the cops had all the girls lean against their car. I caught her eye, signaling a plan. It was here that she managed to get time to communicate with her friends. We whispered, agreeing to flee. They agreed that on 3, they would all sprint into the cornfield to their right, hide in there, and try and escape them. On 3, we ran, the cornfield swallowing us, and they did. They managed to get far into the cornfield. Nelson lunged, but missed. Mr. Nelson tried grabbing at one of her friends, but she avoided him. The cornstalks shielded us, their rustle our only sound. They managed to get far into the cornfield. The cops didn't follow, their cruiser roaring away. The cops didn't even try to pursue them into the cornfield. They just got right back in their car and drove like madmen. We waited, hearts pounding, ensuring they were gone. They waited for a full 10 minutes. making sure that the cops weren't intending on coming back. Shaking, we returned, dressed, and drove home. They got back to their car, dressed in their clothes, and went straight home. The night's horror clung to us, a secret we buried deep. No one spoke of it. In the next few days, Mr. Nelson never said anything to anyone about pulling them over, and they never reported what happened. Reporting was futile. Nelson's status in our town was untouchable. Mr. Nelson was an upstanding figure in the community, and no one would have believed the girls. In the 1980s, our word was nothing against his. This was the 80s, and nothing would ever have happened or changed. Speaking out would ruin us. If anything, it would have just made the girls' lives hell. We stayed silent, carrying the shame. At church, his presence was a wound. Every now and then at church, she would find Mr. Nelson, and he would flash her that smug smile and wink at her. That smug smile, that wink, was a reminder of his power. You never know what's behind, even the most upstanding of people. That's for sure. He walked among us, respected, while we bore the truth. To Min Nelson, I hope you're riding somewhere. My mother's story is a warning, etched into our family, a lesson that even trusted faces can hide monsters, and justice isn't always served. The chase from the fair. The road stretched into darkness, but we weren't alone. The headlights of my car cut through the night, illuminating a winding back road flanked by dense woods that seemed to swallow the world. The air was thick with summer heat, but a chill ran through me, a warning I couldn't shake. 2 summers ago, on our way from an out-of-town day trip for my son's birthday party, we went to a water park and decided to go to dinner in this really small town after getting slightly lost due to Google Maps' crappy directions. The day had been full of laughter, but now, as we drove away from that tiny town, something followed us, its presence a shadow in the rearview mirror. After dinner, we noticed across the street that there was a county fair, so we checked it out for fun. That choice would haunt us. The fair was a fleeting joy, tainted by unease. It was getting dark, and the fair was nearly over. But we caught a tractor pull that was about to begin. The bleachers were alive with the hum of families and the slurred shouts of drunks, a chaotic blend of innocence and excess. We never been to one of those, so we thought it might be a fun way to top off the birthday trip. My son's eyes sparkled. His 16th birthday. A memory we were building. We sat on the bleachers and watched for a while. The tractors roared, but the crowd's energy felt off, like a storm brewing beneath the surface. There were a lot of families there watching, and also a lot of drunk people as well. Their laughter was too loud, their stares too sharp. We left early, seeking safety and departure. I didn't think anything of it. I had my 16-year-old son with me, and a good friend of mine, who was a strong guy, so I felt safe. My friend's presence was a shield, his broad shoulders a promise of protection. We decided to leave the fair before the event was over, so as not to be on the road at night with the drunks. The fair's lights faded behind us as we walked to the car. We walked back to the restaurant, which was now closed, and we got into my car and set off for home. The town was a ghost, its streets empty save for us, backtracking using Google Maps directions. We got on the road that I recognized would get us back home. But the road was a trap, and we weren't alone. The chase began with a single pair of headlights. I noticed that as soon as we pulled out of the restaurant, there was a car behind me. It was a white sedan, its tinted windows hiding its driver. The only other car on the road, as most of the town inhabitants were most likely at the fair or at home, Its presence was a violation. too close, too deliberate. The car followed us onto the road we took to get home, which I found odd because it was a desolate backhill road with a wooded area on either side. The trees loomed, their branches clawing at the sky. I thought maybe they too were from out of town and were using the same cut across to get to the interstate, as it was summer and many people road trip. But the excuse felt thin, a lie to calm my rising fear. I still felt uneasy about it, but I decided to just get off this road and onto the interstate as soon as possible. The interstate was my lifeline, a promise of escape. The hunter wouldn't relent. As we were driving on this hilly back road, it was fully dark outside, and I kept it easy for fear of a deer running out in front of us. The road twisted, each curve a test of nerve. The car stayed right behind me, so I slowed way down, hoping he would just be annoyed enough to pass me for going too slow. But he didn't. But instead, he drove right up on my ass, tailgating me. His headlights filled my mirrors, blinding and relentless. I could see that it was only one person in the car, and the windows were tinted. A lone figure, a silhouette of menace. I dared to speed up, wanting to get on a main road or interstate as soon as I could. The engine roared, but he matched me, a predator pacing its prey. He stayed right behind me, going as fast or as slow as I was, not bothering to get off my bumper. My son's birthday joy was now a distant memory, replaced by terror. Fear took hold, undeniable. I knew without a doubt we were being harassed now. The road was a cage, the woods a wall. I was getting scared. I had my son in the back seat and it was his birthday. His face in the rearview mirror was pale, his eyes wide. This was unfair, and I kicked myself for going to the tractor pull. Regret was a bitter pill, but it sharpened my focus. Of course, I could not have predicted this craziness. The interstate loomed ahead, a beacon. After what seemed like ages, we got onto the interstate. The open road should have been freedom, but it wasn't. I had hoped it was just some local jerk who wanted to scare some city folks, but I somehow knew it was not that simple. As I feared, he followed us onto the interstate. His headlights were a constant, a chain binding us. The chase grew desperate. Even on the highway, he tailgated us. The interstate was empty, a void that amplified our isolation. I slowed down initially, hoping in futility that he'd pass us, but he clung to us, unyielding. No luck. I sped way up. The speedometer climbed, my heart racing with it. He caught up and stayed too close. His car was a shadow. Too close. Too real. Unfortunately, the interstate was quiet on our side, so I had no choice but to keep going. My friend's fists clenched, his anger a fire ready to ignite. My friend was getting very angry and ready to fight if necessary, but I couldn't risk it. But I wanted no part of meeting this guy face to face, especially with my birthday boy in the back seat. My son was my world, and I would protect him. I just kept going and prayed not to get a flat tire. The road stretched, endless and cruel. A desperate act gave us a moment's reprieve. At one point, I got scared enough to lay on the horn while driving, hoping the noise would dissuade him. The sound was a scream, piercing the night. It actually worked. He pulled over onto the shoulder, and I saw his headlights turn off. Relief flooded me, but it was tainted. I was relieved at first, but we found it odd that he killed the lights. The darkness was a trick, a predator's paws. After that, we sped up, and I was flying for home. Sooner the better. The interstate blurred, my hands tight on the wheel. About 15 minutes passed in blissful uneventfulness. We spoke of the fear, the relief, trying to reclaim normalcy. talked about how scary that whole ordeal was, and eventually started feeling relieved to put it all behind us. Literally. But the night wasn't done with us. The hunter returned, more sinister than before. We were about 25 minutes from home, and there were a couple of vehicles here and there, which made us feel less alone on the road. Their presence was a fleeting comfort. At one point, when the cars thinned out, and we were once again alone on the road completely, something happened that I could not believe. The world shifted. Terror reignited. Right next to us and slightly behind us, headlights bright burst on. They were blinding. A sudden assault. He had been following us that whole time with his lights off, staying carefully behind us and waiting for his chance to scare and surprise us. His cunning was a blade, cutting through our hope. I almost started crying, but at this point, I was too angry. Fury burned, a shield against despair. This guy had been following us for an hour now. He was a ghost, relentless and cruel. The final gambit was a fight for survival. Far ahead of us, I saw the tail lights of a semi. It was a lifeline, a chance. I sped up quickly with the stranger in the car next to me, trying to pace us from the fast lane. He was a shadow, matching our every move. I think he realized that I was trying to catch up with the semi. His intent was clear, a hunter sensing the kill. So, for the first time in this insane chase, he did something truly dangerous and swerved at my rear panel, a pit maneuver, trying to push us off the road. The car lurched, inches from disaster. I sped ahead and missed him, clipping me by inches. My heart pounded. My son's safety, my only thought. I finally reached the semi-D driver and got close, hugging the back of his truck as much as I dared, and leaving no room for this jerk to cut me off. The semi was our shield, its bulk a fortress. A stranger became our savior. We went this way for a little while. The semi's taillights were a beacon, guiding us. Finally, and I truly believe the semi-truck driver knew something was wrong, because after so long of seeing this crazy driver swerving at me and trying to get in front of me, as I would not let him over, the semi-driver did something I will forever appreciate him for. He saw our fear, our fight. He swerved over onto the fast lane and dangerously cut off a stranger's car, then tapped his brakes. It was a gift, a moment of grace. I took it as my cue to speed ahead from the slow lane and try to lose this creep. I pushed the car to its limit, the speedometer screaming. I sped up to probably 90. The road blurred. Home so close. My hometown was just straight ahead, so I took a sharp left turn onto a back street that led to a main road and stopped in a busy, well-lit gas station. The lights were a sanctuary, the world returning. Safety came with a cost. Luckily, there was a cop there. His presence was a lifeline, a return to order. My friend got out and explained the whole situation to the officer, and he called for other cars to search for this guy. The officer's voice was calm, but the threat lingered. We left the gas station after calling a friend to follow me to a parking lot where I stowed my car overnight because I did not want the guy to possibly find my house by recognizing the car. The car was a beacon, a risk I couldn't take. I washed my back for quite some time after that, and I always noticed that making model of car in white if I see it on the streets. Every white sedan was a ghost, a reminder. Thank goodness we got away safely. But the fear stayed. A shadow in my rear view. The town's secret kept me awake. Now, the most bothersome thing about this story is that the small town where this took place happens to be the hometown of one of the biggest mental health asylums in the Midwest. The knowledge was a weight, a question without an answer. This thought has kept me awake more than once, and I still check the papers for stories or escapees. The asylum loomed in my mind, its walls hiding truths I couldn't face. The chase was over, but its echoes remained, a reminder that some roads lead to darkness, and some hunters never stop. The Trap on the Loneliest Highway. I was 22 years old, and I was leaving my home state of California to head east for my corrections job. The road ahead was my escape, a new chapter after years of dreaming. I was driving down the loneliest highway portion of the route. They call it that for a reason. Miles of nothing but asphalt, flanked by shadows that swallow the stars. They don't call it the loneliest highway for nothing. No towns, no lights, just me and the hum of my engine. As the night stretched on, why did the silence feel like it was watching me? I hadn't seen another soul for at least a half hour. My eyes burned, sleep tugging at the edges, but I pressed on. Suddenly, I saw a broken-down car on the side of the highway. Its hood was up, a faint steam curling into the night. I slowed down and saw a woman standing next to the car. She was small, her silhouette frail against the vast dark. I approached this woman with caution, rolling down my window just a sliver. Something about her stance, too still, too deliberate, set my nerves on edge. Was she really alone out here? Something about her wasn't right. My gut churned. A warning I couldn't name. I couldn't put my finger on it then, but I know now it was my subconscious screaming red flag. Red flag. I kept my distance, my voice steady. I asked her if she needed me to call a tow truck or AAA for her. Her eyes flicked to mine, sharp and unreadable. She immediately tried to open my door. The handle rattled, my heart lurching. I explained to her I didn't feel comfortable by letting her in, but I'd wait until a tow truck came. Her face twisted, and the night grew colder. Why was she so desperate to get inside? She immediately got this look of rage on her face and started berating me. "You're a big man," she spat, her voice venomous. "What am I going to do?" She called me cruel, her words slicing through my resolve. This is where I messed up. I hesitated, my logic crumbling under guilt. I begrudgingly unlocked my door, figuring that she was right. She was tiny, barely 90 pounds, while I towered over her, built like a linebacker. She slips in, and I asked her who I can call. She slid into the passenger seat, her purse clutched tightly. But her silence was louder than her words. She starts telling me that she'd just prefer if I'd give her a ride to the next town. Her voice was flat, her eyes avoiding mine. I'm starting to realize I'd done messed up because she's avoiding eye contact and she's fumbling in her purse. My offer to call for help was met with a snarl. She starts getting aggressive, demanding I take her to the next town. My hands gripped the wheel, my mind racing to undo this mistake. I miss a man who either was hiding in or near her car. A shadow moved in the rearview mirror, too close, too fast. He was almost to my driver's side door, and I knew I was in a trap. It wasn't until he was almost to my driver's side door that I managed to catch him in my mirror. My instincts screamed, adrenaline flooding my veins. Fight or flight kicked into overdrive, and I put my car in drive, and I sped off as though was reaching for my car door. A sharp ping rang out, my side mirror shattering. I heard a pinging noise and my mirror exploding. He was shooting at me, the crack of gunfire echoing in the night. The adrenaline alone had me doing near 90. The woman screamed, her fists pounding my arm. She started hitting me, telling me to stop and to let her out. Her plan, whatever it was, had unraveled. I pulled over and demanded she got the hell out. My voice was raw, shaking with rage and fear. She started going for the oversized purse she had, but I had enough. I leaned over, yanked the door open, and shoved her out. I reached over, opened the door, and pretty much shoved her out. She clung to her purse, but it spilled. Napkins, lipstick, needles scattering across my seat. I tried grabbing for her purse, but she managed to hold on to it. I floored the gas. The door still open, her curses fading behind me. I sped off with my door still open. A mile later, I slammed it shut, locked it, and drove, my heart pounding like a drum. I clenched the wheel and I drove. The highway stretched endlessly, the rain-slicked road a blur. It wasn't until later that morning I pulled into a Denny's did I realize how close I was to pretty much dying. The fluorescent lights of the diner felt like a sanctuary, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I had a good cry for a minute. Sitting in a booth, I stared at the mess on my passenger seat. I realized a bunch of her things spilled onto my passenger seat. Dirty napkins, cheap lipstick, and drug paraphernalia. Syringes, a small pipe, glared back at me. Most of it was nasty watered-up napkins and a few tubes of lipstick and drug paraphernalia. I considered calling the cops or finding a highway patrol officer, but I did do something stupid. My dream of becoming a cop loomed large, and I panicked. I tossed all of her things that had fallen into a trash bag, and I threw them away. Possession of drug paraphernalia, even accidentally, could ruin my career. I didn't think they would believe me that the drug paraphernalia wasn't mine. Across the street, a patrol car idled at a gas station. I noticed a cop at the gas station across from the Denny's, and I told him what happened. He listened, his face stern, then scolded me for stopping and letting her in. He pretty much berated me for pulling over and then letting her in. He promised to look into it, but his tone was dismissive. I doubt he did. I was so shaken that I pretty much picked at my pancakes and then left to continue on my way. The road felt different now, its emptiness a threat rather than a promise. I never did replace that mirror. The shattered glass was a reminder, a scar I couldn't erase. I also ended up selling my car. Every time I got behind the wheel, I saw her eyes, his shadow, the flash of the gun. To this day, I hesitate to stop and help stranded motorists. The highway had taught me a brutal lesson. Kindness could be a lure, and trust could be a death sentence. I reached my new job, but the excitement was tainted. I threw myself into training, hoping routine would bury the memory. But at night, alone, I'd replay the moment he was shooting at me and wonder what they'd planned. Robbery? Kidnapping? Something worse? I searched online for similar incidents, finding stories of highway scams, couples posing as stranded to lure drivers. None matched their description, but the pattern was clear. The loneliest highway was a hunting ground, and I'd been prey. I told a coworker, a grizzled veteran, about it. He nodded, unsurprised. "Some roads are traps," he said, and advised me to carry a gun. I didn't, but I started locking my doors the second I got in. The years passed, but the night stayed with me. I moved up in my career, but the dream of being a cop faded, replaced by a quieter life. I avoided long drives, sticking to well-lit routes with plenty of traffic. The woman's face, her look of rage, haunted me, as did the man's shadow, his gun a phantom in my nightmares. I wondered about their other victims, the ones who didn't speed away. Were they out there, their stories buried in police files or worse? The highway kept its secrets, and so did they. I shared the story with a friend, a highway patrol officer, years later. He sighed. saying the loneliest highway was notorious for drifters and cons. He'd heard of setups like mine, women as bait, men as muscle, but arrests were rare. The vastness swallowed evidence, and victims often moved on, like I did. He checked old reports for me, but found nothing. The woman, the man, their car, they were ghosts. Their intentions a mystery I'd never solve. But I knew one thing. I sped off. And that choice, that instinct, had saved my life. The voice on the line. The phone rings in the dead of night, a sound that should be harmless. But what happens when the voice on the other end knows too much? When they're closer than you think, watching your every move? You're just a teenager, babysitting in a cozy house, the kids asleep, the rain pounding outside. The calls start, innocent at first, then sharp, angry. Each one pulls you deeper into a game you didn't sign up for. You've brushed off creepy stories, laughed at urban legends. But now, as the caller describes the shirt you're wearing, as thunder echoes in the phone and the house at the same time, you realize this isn't a prank. Someone's here. This is no ordinary night. It's a fight for survival, a race to protect two little girls and yourself from a predator who's already inside. And he's not leaving until he gets what he wants. This is the night Sarah learned that trust can be a trap. By the time you hear the end, you'll never answer a stranger's call the same way again. The house across the street was a second home to Sarah, a teenager who babysat for her neighbor's daughter, Alice, nearly every weekend. She was babysitting for her neighbor across the street, Alice. She babysat for her often, almost every weekend, so they were very comfortable with one another and had a good routine. The routine was simple: bath, snacks, Nickelodeon, and bed. Rarely, Alice would have a friend sleep over, and on this particular night, that was the case. Jennifer was a first-time sleepover date, so she was a bit nervous. But Sarah did her best to make her happy. Jennifer's nerves showed, but Sarah's warmth eased her. The night was stormy, rain lashing the windows. It was pouring rain outside, and next to the kitchen was a breakfast nook with glass doors and a series of glass windows. Sarah tucked the girls into bed, their giggles fading as the TV hummed. She bathed both girls and got them into bed to watch some Nickelodeon, as was their usual routine. Once the girls were happy, she went into the kitchen to grab some snacks. The kitchen was dim, the storm's roar muffling the world outside. As she was preparing to walk back into the room, the phone rang. Alice's parents often checked in. Alice's parents called often, so she always answered the phone. Sarah picked up. She picked up the phone and asked who it was. A man's voice came through, calm, almost friendly. "Hi, how are you?" a male voice asked. "Hi, I'm doing well," she replied. "Are you calling for Jason, Alice's father? He isn't home, but I can take a message." He paused. "Maybe," he says to her. "Or maybe I'm calling to talk to you now." Sarah's smile faltered. The voice was too smooth, too personal. She brushed it off, but a chill crept up her spine. She figured it was a family member or a friend who was bored and wanted to chat. She politely but quickly said she had to go. The girls were calling for her to bring their snacks, so she hung up the phone. She carried the snacks to Alice's room, settling the girls. She brought Alice and Jennifer their snacks and was about to settle into the recliner chair in Alice's room when she heard the phone ring again. She hurried back. She hustled back into the kitchen to answer it, without really thinking anything was peculiar. At least not yet. The same voice greeted her, sharper now. "You know, It's rude to hang up on people, don't you? He started off, but he wasn't angry or aggressive. It was a little hard to hear him over the thunder and rain. The girls' voices carried from the bedroom, scared of the storm. Both girls were calling for her to come back because they were scared of the thunder. Sarah apologized quickly. "I'm sorry," she said. "I have to get back to the girls. Have a nice night." She heard him say something, but hung up before she could hear what he said. The phone rang again, insistent. The phone rang again. "Don't hang up on me," he said with anger in his voice. But she hung up again. Her nerves frayed. She was getting nervous at this point. The calls kept coming, each one darker, more demanding. Sarah's heart raced, the storm outside mirroring the growing dread within. She went back in the room with the girls, and the phone rang again. Alice clung to her. At that point, Alice was asking her to not leave her again, so she didn't answer. The ringing persisted. The phone rang again and again. After a brief pause, it started again. Finally, some time had passed without a call, and it rang again. Sarah thought it might be the parents. This time, she thought that perhaps it was Alice's parents, so she peeled herself away from the girls to go and answer the phone. The voice was a scream now. "You! Don't you hang up on me!" he screamed. Sarah's temper flared. "Leave me alone. If you call again, I will call the cops. You psycho!" she screamed back. She hung up the phone and turned around to see Alice and Jennifer were now standing behind her. Their wide eyes mirrored her fear. Sarah forced a smile, trying to shield them, but the phone's ring shattered the calm again. They looked terrified. So she offered to get some ice cream bars from the freezer. She went to the freezer, and the phone rang again. Before she could stop her, Alice grabbed it. Alice answered it. Sarah heard muffled shouting, Alice's face paling. She didn't know what he was saying, but she heard screaming, and Alice looked absolutely terrified. Sarah snatched the phone. She grabbed the phone, was about to unleash on him, when he said, "That's a nice pink shirt you're wearing." Her blood ran cold. She hung up the phone and realized that not only was she wearing a pink shirt, but that during the second phone call she received, there was a clap of thunder that she heard on the phone at the same time she heard it in the house. He was here, watching. The thunder's echo wasn't a coincidence. It was proof. Sarah's mind raced, survival instinct kicking in. It wasn't until that moment that the realization hit her. Now, she was a teenager at this point, thinking she was invincible and having no concept of her own mortality. But a higher sense of consciousness kicked in and guided her next few actions. She acted fast. She hit the light switch in the kitchen as it controlled most of the lights in that media area. Darkness cloaked the kitchen. She grabbed both girls, their barking dog, Alex, and shoved them all into the pantry. The pantry door opened inward, so she pushed up against the shelves and shoved a giant bag of rice against the door. She then had her back against the shelf, her feet pushing against the rice to help secure the door, and she had a girl in each arm with her hands over their mouths. She pinned the dog between her legs, and although he constantly barked, he somehow knew to stay quiet at that moment. The alarm blared, a piercing wail cutting through the storm. The phone rang, relentless, but Sarah held firm, her body a shield. The alarm started sounding and the phone started ringing. The girls trembled in her arms. All of them were trembling, but she was determined to not cry in front of the girls. The storm and alarm drowned out everything. Between the alarm and the thunderstorm, she couldn't hear much. Time stretched, endless, until a voice broke through. After what felt like a long time, she heard a female voice calling and asking if anyone was in the house. She was in front of the pantry and announced that she was a police officer, that it was safe to come out. Sarah hesitated. She clearly knew Sarah wasn't going to take her on her words, so she slid her badge under the door. Light seeped under the door. Sarah moved 1 foot from the bag of rice and held her badge towards her. The police had turned the lights on, so she was able to see from the light streaming under the pantry door that this was in fact a badge. Sarah eased out, shielding the girls. She cautiously made her way out of the pantry, shielding the girls behind her. Officer Wesley stood calm, almost dismissive. The female officer, Officer Wesley, didn't look alarmed at all, and Sarah quickly realized why. "It's scary when the alarms go off," she said. "But next time you need to answer the phone and let the alarm company know everything is okay instead of hiding. Sending officers out to a house isn't a joke." Sarah shook her head, tears spilling. She looked at her confusingly. "They didn't set off the alarm," she said, stammering, and she started to cry. "They haven't opened any doors." Officer Wesley frowned. She looked at Sarah with confusion and then said, "Then who made those footprints?" Sarah's breath caught. Muddy footprints snaked through the house, a trail of violation leading to their hiding place. From the back door, the sliding glass door in the kitchen nook to the pantry, and out of the front door were muddy footprints. In front of the pantry was a bunch of prints, as if someone had paced in front of the door for a while. The footprints led out of the front door, which was still open when the police arrived. Sarah's knees buckled. She was hysterical, and the police called Jason and Janelle, Alice's parents, to come home from the restaurant. The officers whispered, unaware Sarah could hear. Officer Wesley's partner informed her that the door in the nook had been pried open. She looked outside. She looked out over the pool deck and could see where the trail of footprints had started from the grass and into the house. They were mostly dissolved at that point due to the rain, but it was very clear that someone had walked from the side of Alice's house and towards the glass door. The truth settled like a stone. Someone had been inside. Steps from the pantry. Watching. Waiting. Sarah's quick thinking had saved them. The parents arrived, their faces oddly calm. Sarah waited for Alice's parents to come home before she left. When the police recounted the night's events, she remembered thinking in passing that neither of Alice's parents looked as terrified as she thought they should have given the events of the evening. The police escorted Sarah home. The police walked her home and told her parents what happened. Her parents were furious, shaken. Her mother and father were both very upset. The neighborhood saw extra patrols, but the intruder vanished. A few extra officers patrolled the neighborhood for a few weeks, but never caught the perpetrator, nor was he ever heard from again. And Sarah never babysat for Alice again. She was too frightened. Years later, the truth emerged. Years later, when she was home visiting, she ran into Jason as he was leaving the house on his motorcycle. He stopped to chat with her, and she asked him the one nagging question she had for years. "Did you really go to jail for tax evasion?" Jason, now divorced, was candid. At that point, Jason and Janelle were divorced. She left him for her dead sister's husband, which is pretty dark. He told her that no, he was sent to prison for drug running. He regaled her with a tale of how he was caught in a high-speed chase and bragged about how he was one of the biggest dealers in the area for years, till he was busted. The calls, the break-in, it wasn't random. She knew the person he was calling that night was trying to exact some sort of punishment on Jason. Maybe he was a rival dealer, or maybe Jason worked for him and had pissed him off. That's why Jason and Janelle didn't seem as alarmed as they should have. By the grace of God and an alarm system, they were not killed that night. She knew that Jason's actions had led to that night's events. She knew it in her gut. The memory clung to Sarah, a scar that shaped her. She wasn't paranoid, but she was careful. Always. This haunts her to this day, and she thinks it helped solidify a healthy understanding of her own mortality, as well as a depravity that may be within others. She's not overly paranoid, but she's cautious, and she thinks rightly so. Her stupid teenage antics, for the most part, stopped dead in their tracks. Sarah never answered unknown calls again. The storm, the voice, the footprints, they were reminders of how close she'd come to disaster, and how her instincts had saved 3 lives. Night of terror in the Forest Mansion. The forest was a dark embrace, its trees guarding a sprawling mansion that glowed with wealth. Inside, 4 girls laughed, their voices echoing through vast halls, unaware that the night had eyes, watching from the shadows beyond the windows. They were young, carefree, curled up in pajamas, the flicker of a horror movie lighting their faces. The house was their playground, a fortress of luxury, but its walls couldn't keep out the danger that prowled the grounds, drawn by the light, the life within. An alarm shattered the calm, its wail a warning of something human, something close. They dismissed it, but it screamed again, defying its design, calibrated to detect not animals, but intruders with intent. The forest was no longer empty. It was hunting. Fear took root. The girls' laughter replaced by whispers, their eyes darting to the darkness outside. The mansion, once a haven, became a cage, its windows exposing them to unseen watchers, their footsteps circling closer, their purpose unclear but menacing. Lights flashed, doors rattled, and shadows moved with purpose. The girls hid, their breaths shallow, as the intruders tested the house, their aggression growing, their gaze fixed on the terrified prey within. When I was in high school, I was like 16. I had a friend Lisa and a second friend Zoe. Lisa had like a lot of money, and her huge house was located right next to our high school. The mansion was a marvel, its stone facade and towering windows a stark contrast to the modest school nearby. So every time we had a break or anything, the 3 of us would go there, and we would also have a lot of sleepovers at our house. It was our escape, a place where we could be ourselves, surrounded by luxury that felt like a dream. It was this huge, rich people's house, so it was awesome to stay there. The 3 of us, plus Lisa's little sister, Anna. Their mother was gone for the night. The house was ours, its vast rooms ours to explore, its silence a canvas for our laughter. We decided to put on some PJs and watch scary movies for hours. The living room was our sanctuary, the TV's glow casting eerie shadows as we sank into plush couches. Popcorn scattered around us. Anna went to bed before us 3, and we just stayed in the living room watching TV. Her absence left us 3, our voices softer now, the horror movies feeding our imaginations. At one point, the alarm goes on. It happens sometimes, so Lisa just goes to turn it off. And that was it. The shrill sound cut through the movie, startling us. But Lisa's calm reassured us. But then, like 10 minutes later, the alarm goes on again, and it scares us because it's not supposed to. The second wail was different, urgent, defying the system's logic. Technically, the alarm was made to only ring when humans came by, because the house was located in the middle of the forest. The forest was dense, its trees a barrier, but animals were common, and the alarm was designed to ignore them, calibrated for human intruders only. So, we all knew that sometimes animals would come by the house. It's happened before. So, when the alarm was installed, it was calibrated for humans only, and it was the second time it rang. The repetition was a warning, a signal that something or someone was out there, close enough to trigger the system. We started to get a little bit scared. Our laughter faded, replaced by uneasy glances, the movie forgotten as the forest's darkness pressed against the windows. The house felt alive, its walls holding their breath. We moved upstairs, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous halls, and opened the windows, peering into the garden below. The night was still, the trees silent, but the emptiness was a lie, hiding something we couldn't see. We stepped onto the balcony, the cold air biting our skin, the forest a black void beyond the mansion's lights. Nothing moved, but the alarm's wail lingered in our minds, a reminder that we weren't alone. I stood alone, the others inside. And then it happened again. The alarm screamed, and the pool lights blazed, illuminating the water below. I dropped to my knees, my heart racing. The pool's glow, a beacon for whatever was out there. The forest watched, its eyes hidden, and I was exposed, a target in the night. I crawled back inside, my breath shallow, the house no longer safe. We turned off the lights, plunging the mansion into darkness, and hid in the kitchen, our fear a living thing. The windows were everywhere, exposing us, and we'd forgotten our phones, our lifeline cut off by panic. The alarm wailed again, and we knew they were coming closer. Footsteps circled the house, fast and sure, their owners unafraid. Shadows moved outside, lights flashed, and the intruders saw us, their aggression unleashed. The mansion was a battlefield, and we were its prey, trapped in a nightmare that wouldn't end. So, we went upstairs, opened the windows to look at the garden all around the house. Saw nothing. The garden was a sea of shadows, the trees looming like sentinels. We even went on the balcony in the middle of the night. Still nothing. The balcony offered no answers, only more questions. The night a canvas of fear. I was alone on the balcony at some point, and the alarm went on again, and the automatic lights around the swimming pool turned on. The sudden light was blinding, the pool a glowing warning below me. That meant something was around the pool, and I was just above it. I got so scared I got on my knees and stayed there until my friend deactivated the alarm and the lights, and I ran inside the house. My body trembled. The forest's silence, a mockery of my fear. At this point, we were really scared and started thinking about what it could be. The possibilities swirled. Thieves, vandals, something worse. If it has to be any human, all our lights were on, so they knew where we were. The realization was chilling. Our visibility, a vulnerability. We turned all the lights off, and all four of us went hiding downstairs in the kitchen without our phones. The kitchen was dark, its windows exposing us to the night. I don't even know why not even one of us thought about taking at least one phone. Panic had clouded our judgment, leaving us defenseless. So, we were there, lights off, scared, in this huge house with windows everywhere we could look. The mansion was a glass cage, its beauty a trap. The alarm went berserk again. Anna screamed, and Lisa took her with her, reassuring her while walking to shut the alarm off to finally turn it off, once and for all. Anna's cry pierced the silence, and Lisa's footsteps faded upstairs, leaving us split. So, I was in the kitchen with Zoe only, and we were just looking all around us. The darkness was suffocating, every shadow a threat. The alarm was upstairs, so the two girls were far from us. At some point, we heard footsteps right behind us, like right on the other side of the wall in the garden. The steps were quick, purposeful, not the hesitant tread of fear, but the stride of intent. It was fast, not scared, just fast, like that person knew where they were going. My blood ran cold, Zoe's hand gripping mine. So, we just froze, waiting in the dark, and jumped when something, well, someone. It was obvious. Walked by the door and window right in front of us. We think it was a he, had a light, but it was another light that allowed us to see a silhouette. The silhouette was tall, menacing, and the second light meant there were at least two. So, there were at least two running around the house for about at least 20 or 30 minutes. Their movements were relentless, circling, searching, detail. But this door was, like I said, a window door, but there were Venetian blinds on it, and they were not closed. The blinds were useless. Our fear exposed to the night. Of course, we were still not moving, and the girls upstairs were so scared that they stayed there. At least it's what they told us. Lisa and Anna's absence was a void, their safety uncertain. Suddenly, one voice, then a second one. I was unable to understand anything, but I heard it. The voices were low, urgent, their words lost, but their threat clear. And Zoe and I were blinded by a sudden light right at our faces. The beam was harsh, pinning us in place, our fear a spectacle for the watchers outside. We were literally not able to move, scream, talk, or do anything. Nothing we could have done was possible. We were just frozen in fear. The light held us, its source unseen, its intent chilling. The light stayed there. Someone was seeing us through the blinds. Somebody was watching us being scared and was just staying there. Their gaze was a violation, their presence a promise of worse to come. Suddenly, we heard a hard sound on the front door, which was closed. The impact was violent, the door shuddering under the assault. So, we didn't move at all, but I don't know what took me. It just woke me up, and I crawled to the door in front of me. The back door, closed the blinds, and just held the door in place in case the guy on the other side tried to force it open. My hands shook, the handle cold. My body braced against the glass. Honestly, I'm small and thin. My little body was probably useless here, but I did it anyway. Instinct drove me, defiance outweighing fear. The one at the front door was still trying to enter, Zoe still not moving, the two girls upstairs doing I don't know what, and the one just a glass window away from me started hitting it, trying to force it open. The blows were relentless, the glass trembling under the force. It was closed, but I just grabbed the handle and hung it there for a while. It was just hitting and trying to open the door. My arms burned, my breath ragged, the night a blur of terror. All this lasted hours in my head, but I believe it was only a few seconds. Time warped, each moment an eternity. At one point, the hits at the front door stopped. A few seconds later, the one in front of me stopped as well. The sudden silence was worse, a prelude to something unknown. Then the lights just moved fast everywhere. The alarm did nothing. The beams danced outside, chaotic, then vanished, the intruders retreating into the forest. Zoe and I just slept in the kitchen and the two sisters upstairs. Nothing happened at all. It was over. Exhaustion claimed us. Our fear spent. The house silent once more. The next day, Lisa's and Anna's mom came back home, and we told her everything. Her anger was sharp, her voice rising as she questioned our choices. Got a bit yelled at because we didn't call the cops. The scolding stung, but her fear was clear. She knew how close we'd come to danger. She called the cops, who went to see the house and discovered footprints all around it. The prints were fresh, muddy, circling the mansion like a noose. Some muddy footprints and marks on the front door. They said they must have kicked the door, and that was it. Told us it must have been some guys who were just doing some reconnaissance. You know, when they just walk around the houses to see how to rob them. The explanation was logical. The area known for its wealth, its mansions tempting targets. It was common in this area. There were a lot of really big and beautiful houses, both with expensive things. But the logic faltered, the intruder's actions defying reason. The only thing I will never be able to explain is why they started being so aggressive. Originally, they were just walking around the house, but I think that if they were trying to see something or just look things up, they would have left when they realized we were inside, or at least left when that guy saw us in the kitchen. Well, they didn't. Their aggression was personal, triggered by our presence, our fear. The moment they saw us in the kitchen, they didn't see the two sisters. They started being aggressive and trying to force the doors to enter the house where we were. The memory was a scar, the mansion's safety shattered. I don't know if they really wanted to rob the house. I will never. And honestly, I don't want to know. The truth was a shadow, too dark to face. I didn't spend any more nights at this house. I was so scared that they would come back again that I couldn't sleep there. The fear was a weight. The mansion, a place of nightmares. Lisa was a bit mad, like she didn't understand. But from what she told Zoe and me, she didn't see them. She just stayed upstairs with her sister. Her distance hurt, her perspective untouched by the terror we'd faced. I understand it, but I wasn't able to stand the fact that she couldn't understand how scared I was as well. The rift lingered, but the fear was mine alone. A memory that kept me from returning. The forest's shadows forever etched in my mind. The shadow over the fence. The backyard was my kingdom. A sprawling oasis of grass and water framed by a tall wooden fence that promised safety. I was 8, small but fearless, climbing the planks to spy on the world beyond. I must have been around 8 years old at the time this happened, and my sister was 12 or 13. We lived in a tiny little house that we called the shack. Our home was humble, but the yard, complete with a pool and deck, was a paradise for 2 kids. Yet, beyond that fence, a shadow waited, wearing a smile that hid something darker. This is the story of how a neighbor became a nightmare, and a fence couldn't keep him out. The shack was our refuge, a cramped space we shared after Mom's life changed. My sister and I shared a tiny bedroom, but one perk about the house was the huge backyard, the large above-ground pool and deck that we could always play on. We had a big privacy fence, and being the nosy little kid I was, I liked to climb on some of the wooden boards of the fence and check out the neighbors. I'd scramble up, my hands gripping the splintered wood, to chat with the boys next door. I recognized the 2 little boys who lived in the house kitty-corner to us because they went to my school. I made it a habit every day to climb up the side of my fence and hang around and talk to them. Their uncle, Randy, was often there, a man in his 20s or 30s, working in the yard. They had an uncle named Randy who was probably in his 20s or 30s, and he was usually in the backyard doing housework. So I got to know him as well. Randy was easy to talk to, his laughter carrying over the fence. Both me and my sister would hang on the fence and chat with him most days. The conversations were always innocent, and he seemed like a nice guy. He'd toss jokes, ask about school, his presence as familiar as the summer heat. Now, looking back, I can see some red flags about him. But there was an edge to him, a sharpness in his eyes I was too young to notice. I remember one time he had a basketball and accidentally threw it over our fence. We offered to grab it for him, but he insisted he could get it himself and hopped over the fence with ease. He vaulted over, quick and sure, retrieving the ball with a grin. Thought nothing of it at the time, but I imagine this was to test how easily or fast he could scale the fence. That moment lingered, a crack in the safety I felt. Life in the shack was simple, but Mom's night shifts left us alone. One day in passing, my sister mentioned to him that our mom works the night shift, and therefore it was just the two of us alone at night in the house. Her words, so casual, were a key handed to the wrong hands. That was all he needed to hear. The nights felt heavier after that, the fence less a barrier. Shortly after that, it happened. I woke to my sister's sobs, the bunk bed creaking above me. I woke up one night to the sound of my sister crying. We shared a bunk bed, me on the bottom, and when I stood up, she was out of bed, leaning against the wall on the phone, crying. Her face was pale, her voice trembling as she spoke. I asked her what was wrong, but she assured me everything was fine and to go back to sleep. I obeyed, too young to question. So, I did. The truth came with the morning, a story that chilled me. It wasn't until the next day that I learned what happened. Randy had come in the night, his shadow crossing the fence, apparently in the middle of the night, while our mom was away at work. Randy jumped the fence and tried to break in. He pounded on our window, his voice low and insistent. He started banging on her bedroom window, telling my sister to let him in. She refused, her courage a shield. She refused, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He circled the house, testing every entry. So, he started walking around the entire house, banging on the windows, yelling for her to let him in, and trying all the doors. My sister called 911, her hands shaking. That's when she got out of her bed and called 911, and I woke up. I'd slept through the chaos, a child's oblivion. Yeah, I have no idea how I managed to sleep through all that commotion because she tells me he was banging on her window right by the bed loudly. But I guess you could just sleep like you're dead when you're little. The police came, but Randy was gone, back over the fence. Of course, by the time the cops arrived, all he had to do was jump the fence in 10 seconds, and he was back in his yard. He denied everything, and they let him walk. They knocked on his door, but he denied he did it. So, the police said there was nothing they could do. We adjusted, staying with Dad at night. The shack no longer safe. They were shaken up by the incident. Of course, my mom wasn't able to change her work schedule, so she started having us stay at our dad's at night. Years passed. The fence a silent sentinel. A few years passed without incident, and we assumed everything was fine. I stopped climbing it, the boys' voices fading. I had long stopped talking to the boys next door, but the past wasn't done with us. Then it happened again. My sister, now older, hosted a sleepover, the house alive with laughter. My sister was a couple of years older now and had a group of her friends over for a sleepover one night. The sliding glass door, with its broken blind, was a vulnerability we'd ignored. We had a sliding glass door to the backyard near where they were all sitting. Door had the typical vertical blinds, except weeks earlier, one of them had broken, and we couldn't get it to stay back on no matter what. So, there was a gap in between the blinds where the broken one was gone. The girls played games, carefree, until a friend froze. Anyway, The girls were all sitting around the couch playing board games, and one of my sister's friends suddenly turned rigid. Her voice was a whisper, fear in her eyes. She said, "Don't freak out, but there's a guy standing at your sliding glass door." They turned, and there he was, Randy, his face pressed to the glass. They all turned around, and there was Randy again, his face pressed up to the glass where the gap in the blinds were just watching them all. Screams filled the room as they dialed 911. Naturally, everyone freaked out, and 911 was called just like last time. He vanished over the fence. As before, he jumped the fence, and the cops said they couldn't prove anything. The police saw him in the same clothes, but proof was lacking, even though they described what he was wearing, and he answered the door in the same outfit when the police questioned him. It was the end. That was the last straw. We left the shack, a restraining order our final stand. So, he moved out of that house and got a restraining order against him. Randy didn't face the court, and the order was granted. He didn't show up to court that day, so the judge automatically granted us the order. He was gone, a ghost we never saw again, never saw him again. Years later, I learned he was in prison, his crimes a litany of shadows. Last I checked, I looked him up online. He's currently in prison for a bunch of random charges. The fence still stands in my memory, a line that failed to hold back the dark. I don't climb fences anymore, and I check the locks every night, knowing some shadows never fade. The shadow in the server room. The cable lay unplugged. A silent scream in the server room's hum. I fixed it, but the footsteps that followed weren't mine. Someone was in the warehouse with me, and they weren't here to help. A door thumped shut in the dark, its echo slicing through the silence. I was alone in the data center, or so I thought. By the time I saw him, running from the shadows, it was too late to scream. I ran through the corridors, his footsteps pounding behind me. The fire exit was my only hope, but the question lingered. What was he doing in my empty warehouse? And what did he want with me? The systems were my world, safe and predictable. But that night, a stranger's presence turned my sanctuary into a maze of fear, where every sound was a warning and every shadow a threat. He vanished into the woods, leaving no trace but my racing heart. The police found nothing, but I know he was real, a ghost in the machine, and I'm lucky to be alive. I work at a data center. It's at a small warehouse off place. The building was a nondescript box of concrete and steel, tucked at the edge of an industrial park. My job is to just stare at a monitor and make sure all the systems stay online, if anything goes down. I head to the operating rooms to usually just give it a quick restart. The work was straightforward, almost meditative, a rhythm of green lights and soft hums. It's a really simple and easy job, and because it's overnight and just me, I can really do whatever I want, so long as I'm constantly checking the status of all the systems. The solitude was both a perk and a curse. Although, I'm sure you can tell just how boring it can get sometimes. The hours stretched, the silence heavy, broken only by the hum of servers. By the time this happened, I'd already seriously considered quitting several times, but forced myself to stick with it. The pay was decent, and the freedom to watch shows or scroll my phone kept me tethered, even if my mind wandered to greener pastures. Anyway, this night, I drove over to the office at my usual 10 p.m. The road was a long, winding strip, flanked by empty lots and dark trees. The building was at the end of a long road and backed up to trees, so there were never any cars or people in the area. The parking lot was a sea of asphalt, my car the only occupant. I parked and headed up to the office. The office was a small room, its walls lined with monitors. the air cool to keep the equipment happy. This week, I had a show on Netflix that I'd been binging for my entire shifts. So, after giving the computers a few checks, I immediately set up my laptop and started watching my show. For reference, there's usually no trips in any of the systems during my shift. Since it's overnight, there's less of a load on everything, so it's less likely anything will happen. The systems were stable, designed to hum along without fuss. I'd say maybe twice a week there would be an outage, and it'd only be a single system that I can quickly just restart and get working again. Those moments were rare, a brief break from the monotony. I think I got through just about 2 episodes of my show. So, it was about 2 hours in when I saw a notification pop up on the monitor. A red alert blinked, stark against the green. One of the systems lost connection. I paused the show and got up. The office felt smaller, the monitor's glow colder. I walked downstairs and through multiple corridors until I got to the huge storage room that was the main hub of the data center. The corridors were narrow, their fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows. There were massive rows of shelves all throughout the room. The server room was a labyrinth of towering racks, each humming with data, the air thick with the scent of metal and ozone. The notification I got had a row and section number. The system's coordinates were precise, a map to the problem. I walked down the aisle and over to the correct section. It happened to be the very last row, and the section on the far corner. The corner was dim, the lights weaker here, the racks casting long shadows. And strangely, it was really obvious why it was down. The main power cable wasn't plugged in. The thick, heavy-duty cable lay on the floor, its prongs glinting. It was laying on the ground like it had been pulled on or fallen out somehow. The sight was jarring, out of place in the orderly room. I really didn't know how that was possible. In all my years of having the job, I'd never seen a heavy-duty cable randomly fall out like that. It just doesn't happen. Regardless, though, of however it happened, I plugged it back in and booted up the system. The system whirred to life, lights blinking green again. Everything came back online and seemed to be working properly, but the cable's position gnawed at me. The obvious and really only answer to fall back on was that it did somehow just wiggle out of the sockets. Maybe over time, it slowly shook out, and it just so happened to fall out tonight. It was a weak explanation, but I clung to it, unwilling to consider alternatives. I did a quick walk through of the rest of the aisles, checking for anything else while I was down there. The racks were silent, their cables secure, the room unchanged. Then I started heading back through all the corridors and back to the office. The server room's hum followed me, but a new unease settled in, a whisper of something wrong. As I was in one of the corridors, I heard an unfamiliar sound. It was sharp, heavy, a thud that didn't belong. It was almost like a heavy door thumping closed in a doorway. The sound echoed, unsettling in the sterile silence. It was a little creepy sounding, especially with there being no other sounds in the entire building. The warehouse was a fortress, its walls thick, its sounds predictable. Unfortunately, I didn't really know the rest of the layout of the warehouse. So, if it actually was a door, I had no way of knowing which door or where at. The building was vast, a maze of unused offices and storage rooms I'd never explored. And although it sounded like a door, it very well could have been anything else. This was a massive warehouse, and often the metal pipes would bend and creak in the walls or make similar thump sounds. The pipes were old, prone to groans. But this was different. It was just that exact sound I hadn't heard before. It lingered, a question mark in the dark. I made my way back to the room and sat down. The office was a cocoon, the monitors steady. I double-checked the systems again, then continued my show. The show's dialogue felt distant, my focus fractured. Only a few minutes passed by, and I'd barely even gotten through one scene before I heard what sounded like a couple of fast-paced footsteps scurrying through the corridor next to me. It gave me a quick jump scare, but I got up and opened the door. Looking down the hallway, the corridor was empty, its fluorescent lights harsh. There was nothing there, just an empty corridor with a door on the far end. But it sounded like it was just outside of the office I was in. The footsteps had been close, deliberate, not the echo of pipes. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep my mind off of it if I didn't take a look around. My pulse quickened, but I needed answers. I walked toward the end and opened the door. The door creaked, and there it was, a fleeting shadow, the far door swinging shut, as if someone had just slipped through. When I did and looked down the next hallway, I barely saw the door on the other end closing like someone had just went through it. The motion was quick, deliberate, a glimpse of movement in the dark. My heart was pounding now. The warehouse wasn't empty. I wasn't alone. I cautiously walked further up and opened the door. The next hallway was lined with office doors, their windows dark, their silence oppressive. This one led to a hallway with multiple office doors in it. "Is someone in here? Hello? Hello? Hello?" My voice echoed through the corridor. The words bounced back, unanswered, the silence heavier. I took a few steps inside. It was eerily quiet, not the slightest sound throughout the building. The air was thick, expectant, as if the building held its breath. Were they hiding in one of these office rooms? The thought was a cold spike, my nerves fraying. As that thought creeped into my head, I got really unsettled and decided not to go any further down that hallway. I took one step back toward the door, but just when I did, one of the office doors next to me swung open. The motion was sudden, violent. I only caught a glimpse of a man running out of the unlit room before I turned and booked it out of there. His silhouette was tall, shadowed, his intent unclear but menacing. I could hear his footsteps echo behind me as I made it to the next corridor and into the staircase. The sound was relentless, a hunter's pursuit. I didn't want to risk getting trapped, so I took the fire exit door and just ran out into the parking lot. The night air was cold, the parking lot vast and empty. Once I got closer to my car, I started calling the police. My hands shook as I dialed, my voice trembling. Whoever was in there didn't chase me out the same exit. Though, the exit door slammed shut behind me, but no one followed. The cops made it pretty quick and did an extensive search of the entire building, which took nearly half an hour, but the guy was gone. The warehouse was empty, its corridors silent. Probably ran out of different exits and into the woods behind the building. Him being in there explained a lot. Though, the wire that had been disconnected earlier in the night was on the corner section, which the man probably bumped into while sneaking around. His presence was the missing piece, the reason for the unplugged cable. The company I worked for did a huge investigation to review security footage and try to figure out how he got in and if he stole anything. The process was secretive, the details sparse. I didn't get much information on it. However, because I'm not authorized, I think it's pretty clear that whatever he was in there for, he likely didn't want me to know and was probably planning to prevent me from blowing his cover. How he would have done that after leading me through the corridors, I'm fortunate enough to not know. The thought was a shadow, lingering long after the night ended. The warehouse still stands, its servers humming, but I listen for footsteps now, knowing the dark holds more than cables and code. The flame in the woods. The night was a canvas of quiet streets. My car, a lifeline, as I chased extra cash through deliveries. I was grinding, balancing a day job with late-night runs. I had a stable 9 to 5 full-time gig, but did deliveries as a way to make a little bit extra cash whenever I had time. The orders were good, tips generous, but greed kept me going. I was getting a lot of good orders with good tips, so really, I should have just taken the rest of the night off and given myself a break. But I was greedy. A $20 order popped up, too tempting to pass. Finally, when one did. I quickly accepted it. Almost $20 for a delivery 15 minutes away. I should have stopped. The road stretched into darkness, leading me to a part of town I didn't know existed. The roads were, of course, very quiet and empty at this time of night, so the drive there was smooth. Trees loomed, swallowing the streetlights. However, it took me toward a wooded section of town that I wasn't even aware had houses in it. I double-checked the GPS, uneasy but committed. I made sure I was on the right route several times, though, just to be sure I was going the right way. A gravel path appeared, its gate unchained. When I got to the final turn, it was on a well-maintained gravel road going into the forest. Where am I? The gate's open chain felt like an invitation, but the path led to no house, just a parking lot. I drove a little ways down until there was a gate. It was one of those small ones, basically just 2 pillars on either side of the path, with a chain running between them. The chain on these wasn't up though, so I drove through. A sign read, "Forest Preserve." I pulled into a space and put my car in park. Then looked out my windows all around. There was a sign on one end. This was a forest preserve. Parks closed at night, didn't they? I'd done deliveries to parks and whatnot before, but I always thought forest preserves were closed up at like 8 or 9. My phone rang. The customer. This isn't right. His voice was rough, like gravel grinding in his throat. The voice on the other end was a deep male voice, very growly and rugged, almost to a point where it was hard to understand them. He said he was camping to look for a campfire. He said he saw on the map that I'd parked and asked if I could see him. I said no, to which he explained he was camping with some buddies down one of the trails, and I should be able to spot a campfire if I walk a little closer. I questioned the preserve's rules, but he insisted camping was allowed. I did mention to him that I thought the forest preserves were closed, but he said this one allowed overnight camping on certain days. Why don't I believe him? I stepped into the dark, the food bag in hand, my phone's flashlight cutting through the black. I turned off my car and got out with his bag of food. I quickly realized that it was really dark and I needed to use my phone as a flashlight to see where I was going. The trail was clear, but silent. No voices, no laughter. There was only one trail leading out from the parking area, so at least I couldn't get lost. I started walking. It was really quiet outside. I expected to hear the group of guys talking and laughing in the distance, but I didn't. A flicker of orange appeared, deep in the trees. Then I saw the light, an orange flame glowing and flickering out in the trees. That's not on the path. The flame was a beacon, but it was wrong. Set far off the trail, surrounded by trees. Oddly, it wasn't on the path, though, or right off the side of it. It was far out of the way and amid all the trees. I pushed through the underbrush, the silence oppressive. I couldn't see too far down the trail to see if there was a direct path going to it or not, but I just started walking straight to the flame. Closer. I saw it. A lone fire. No tents, no people. As I got closer, things were getting really strange. First of all, I didn't hear any voices. And secondly, once I got even closer, I didn't see anyone. It was just a small campfire burning in the middle of nothing. This is a trap. My breath caught. A twig snapped, sharp in the stillness. I barely got the chance to whisper, "What the hell?" under my breath before I heard a stick snap from somewhere out in the trees. I spun, spotting a shadow. Still. Watching. I jolted my head toward the sound. There was someone there, but too far for the light to reach, and the faint figure that I could make out was standing still, like they were trying not to be seen. "I'm the delivery driver," I called, setting the bag down. "Hey, I'm the delivery driver. I'll just put your order down over here," I yelled out and set the bag on the ground. He stepped forward, his smile forced. As I did, they suddenly decided to show themselves and walk toward me. He was tall, bearded, his voice matching the phone's gravelly tone. The man was tall, with dark hair and a scruffy beard. He apologized and said he didn't see me walking up. It was that same deep, growly voice from the phone. That smile was wrong, predatory. His smile was disturbing, like he was faking it. And it was really strange that he only showed himself once he knew I saw him. Nothing felt right. Nothing added up. I stammered, backing away, then turned and ran. I stumbled over a few words, but as he got closer and closer, I just decided to turn and run. His voice chased me. Too calm, too sweet. He called out several times in this creepy, overly nice voice, asking me to come back and that he had cash for me. I reached the car, hands trembling as I fumbled the keys. I didn't stop until I got to the car. I fumbled around with my keys in my shaky hands as I tried to hurry in and turn it on. I backed out, only to stop short. The gate's chain was now locked. I backed out and pulled back onto the gravel path to leave, but had to slam on my brakes. The chain was latched across the pillars now, blocking the exit. Footsteps crunched behind me. Then I heard footsteps coming up behind my car. I floored it, veering onto the grass, narrowly avoiding a ditch. I didn't even look. I just floored it onto the grass and made it around the pillars. It was a tight squeeze because there was a short ditch really close to the sides. I escaped, the gravel road a blur as I sped away. Once I was back on the gravel, I sped away. I didn't call the police, a mistake born of shock. I didn't know what that was back there, but I was stupid not to call the police, even though I think that if I did, they likely would have been long gone anyway. The next day, I checked. The preserve closed at 8 p.m. No camping allowed. The following morning, I did a little investigating and found that the forest preserve I was at did in fact close at 800 p.m. and never allowed camping or campfires. That fire, that man, was a lure. To me, that confirms the horrible nature of the situation I was in. What he wanted still haunts me. What he intended to do is unknown and still haunts me to think about what could have happened in the forest that night. The bell in the empty shop. The pizza shop was a trap, and I didn't hear it closing. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sterile glow over the empty dining area. The air smelled of burnt dough and grease, but beneath it, something sharper lingered, a hint of menace I couldn't place. I worked at a local pizza shop in my mid-20s. It was just a small place that did deliveries and had a few tables inside for dining in. This was my domain, a quiet corner of the world where I ruled the night shift alone. In all honesty, the food wasn't that great, but it was open when the world slept, a beacon for the lost and the reckless. The only thing that was really special about the place was that it was open 24/7, so any not-so-sober people would usually come in all throughout the night. And tonight, something else came through the door. I was the king of solitude, or so I thought. I often worked alone, but I didn't mind it. Actually, I preferred it. The silence was my ally, a canvas for my thoughts. None of the food was hard to make, and whenever it was slow, I could usually do whatever I wanted while waiting around. The kitchen was my fortress, the phone my only tether to the outside. This night was no different than any other, at least to start. I settled in, expecting the usual rhythm of a quiet Tuesday. There were no special tasks or anything that I had to do that night, and with it being a Tuesday, I was prepared for a chill night. The world outside was asleep, but I was awake, unaware of the eyes watching from the dark. The night began with a deceptive calm. I prepped some of the workstations in the back and just waited for any orders to come through. The dough was cold under my hands. The routine a comfort. I got a few customers in the next couple hours, but then it went radio silent. No walk-ins or calls. The shop was a void. The hum of the fridge, my only companion. I pretty much sat on a chair in the back of the kitchen and scrolled on my phone the whole time. The screen's glow was a shield, a distraction from the emptiness. But around 1 o'clock, I heard the bell by the door ring, which happened every time someone opened the door. The sound was a jolt, sharp and out of place. I got up and walked to the front where the counter was, but I stopped as soon as I could see the main room. The room was empty, a silent accusation. No one was there, but the bell had rung. Nobody was in there. The table stood still, the chairs unmoved. I stood in place and looked side to side, but there wasn't anyone at all. The air felt heavier, the silence louder. A short smile broke across my face as I walked further up and quadruple-checked that nobody came in. I laughed it off, a trick of the mind. I found it funny, like I must have been so used to hearing that sound all night long that my brain was playing tricks on me now. The bell was a ghost, a phantom of routine, being sure it was nothing. I went back to my chair in the kitchen, but the seed of doubt was planted, its roots curling beneath my calm. The bell rang again, and the night shifted. For the next 15 minutes, there were still no calls or customers until I heard the bell ring again. This time, the sound was undeniable, cutting through the quiet. This time, I wasn't even watching a video when it happened, so I knew I actually heard it. My pulse quickened, the phone forgotten. I got up and walked into the main room, but stopped in confusion again. Nobody was in there. The emptiness mocked me, the bell's echo a taunt. After a second, I walked up to the front door and opened it, sticking my head outside and looking up and down the sidewalk that went along the building. The night was still, the parking lot a void. There was nobody out there, not even any cars in the parking lot. The street lamp flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to move. I tested the door, seeking answers. I wouldn't say I was really scared or creeped out, but more so just really confused. The bell was a puzzle, its chime a riddle. I messed around with the door for a little bit, trying to see if it would ring without opening, but it didn't seem to. The mechanism was solid, unyielding. This was really weird, but I didn't know what else to do about it. I stood there, the night pressing against the glass. I stayed up front for a while, at least 30 minutes, waiting for the door to ring again. But it never did. The silence was a false promise, a lull before the storm. So, I went back to the kitchen. The chair welcomed me, but the air had changed. Thicker now, watchful. The bell's third chime was a warning I ignored. Unsurprisingly, once I was in the back again, only a few minutes went by before the door rang again. The sound was sharper, more insistent. This time, I stayed sitting and listened for anyone. The kitchen was a cave, its shadows deeper. I didn't hear anything, but just to be safe, I called out, "Hello, is someone out there?" My voice echoed, unanswered. I got no response. The silence was a lie, heavy with presence. I figured it was just the door doing whatever the hell it was doing. I clung to logic, a flimsy shield. So, I just ignored it and stayed back and continued on my phone. The screen's light was a fragile comfort, but the shop felt alive, its walls whispering secrets. Hours passed, empty and tense. Somehow, there wasn't a single customer for a whole hour after that. The night was a void, the shop a tomb. So, basically, the past 3 hours were completely dead. The stillness was oppressive, a weight on my chest. So, for my last hour, I had to start prepping everything for the next shift. The routine was my anchor, a return to normalcy. I got up and went to the front. The dining area was unchanged, but the air was wrong. I started counting the register from the few orders I had at the beginning of my shift. The coins clinked, a hollow sound. But while I was there, I felt strange. Something just felt off. The room was too quiet, the shadows too deep. I kept looking up at the empty room ahead of me and back at the kitchen behind me, feeling like I was being watched or something. The sensation was a blade, cutting through my calm. Then, the night revealed its predator. I thought it was just the unusual nature of the night I was having. You know, with the door and everything. But I was wrong. I was just thankful my shift was over soon. The thought was a lie, a false hope. Another couple minutes went by when I suddenly heard a thump on the floor behind me. The sound was heavy, deliberate, a boot on tile. It was just like a boot stepping on the ground, which instantly sent a chill through me and made me quickly turn around. My breath caught, my body frozen. I felt my breath leave my lungs. There was a man standing just 5 or 6 feet away from me. He was a specter, cloaked in darkness. He had all black, ripped-up clothes and a hoodie draping over his face, stopping just above his eyes. The hoodie was a shroud, hiding all but his gaze. His eyes were bloodshot and hollow. They were voids, empty of reason. I don't know if he was drunk or high or what, but he clearly wasn't sane right now. His presence was a violation, a fracture in reality. The knife was a promise of violence. Then I saw his left hand was holding a knife. The blade gleamed, its edge a silent threat. His knuckles were white from how tightly he was clenching it. His grip was a vow, unyielding. I stayed motionless, trying not to escalate anything. Fear was a weight, pinning me in place. But after several seconds of him not making a move and just staring at me, I decided to speak. My voice was a gamble, a plea. "Hey, listen, you can have the cash from the register. I won't say anything. Please, just let me go," I said, trying to say anything I could to get out of this. The words felt hollow, a desperate offering. He just stood there, though, still clenching the knife and having that thousandy stare. His silence was worse than words, a void of intent. Honestly, I think I was even more terrified because he clearly wasn't some normal guy. His unpredictability was a terror, a storm without a map. There was no predicting what he might do. He was chaos, and I was trapped. Escape was my only chance. The counter I was at was L-shaped, extending toward the back where he was. It was a barrier, but not enough. So to run away, I'd actually have to run a couple feet toward him and around the counter, then back toward the front door. The path was a gauntlet, his knife a gatekeeper. With him only being 5 feet from me, he could easily grab me or attack me if I tried. The odds were grim, but I had no choice. So I did the next best option. I basically dove over top the counter. My body crashed, pain flaring, but I moved. It wasn't pretty, but I guess it kind of worked. The counter was a hurdle, cleared by desperation. I slammed into the ground and got up. My legs burned, adrenaline afire. The guy was already sprinting at me with a face of uncontrollable bloodlust and rage. His eyes were an inferno, his knife raised. I ran out the door and only got a few seconds away before I heard him get out the door as well. The bell rang, a mocking farewell. He was too close for me to even try getting inside my car, which was behind the building. The car was a dream, too far to reach. I fled into the night. I just kept running, making it to the road and hoping a car might drive by and help. The pavement was cold, the world a blur, but at some point, he stopped chasing. The silence was sudden, a void where his footsteps should have been. I don't know when, because I was so focused on sprinting and not looking back. Fear drove me, blind and relentless. I called the cops and waited at the road for them to get here. The night was a shroud, the road empty. It took about 5 minutes. The sirens were a lifeline, pulling me back. The guy was gone, but I guess after chasing me, he went back inside the shop and just demolished the place. The shop was a ruin, a testament to his rage. Everything was trashed, and he left out the back door, where he then scraped his knife all over the side of my car. My car bore his marks, a scar I couldn't erase. It's likely he was watching me inside the shop through the windows from a distance and using the door as a distraction, hoping to slip in without being noticed. His cunning was a blade, cutting through my safety. Admittedly, it worked perfectly, which makes me feel pretty dumb. The realization stung, a wound of my own making. The aftermath was a fog of fear. It's also pretty creepy knowing that there was about an hour gap between the last time the door rang and when I saw him. So he was probably hiding inside the shop that whole time. The thought was a shadow, lurking in every corner. It's really strange though, because I really had no idea who he was. He was a stranger, yet his gaze felt personal. I really thought he was just some random guy, but his actions seemed oddly directed toward me. The intent was a mystery, a puzzle without pieces. Maybe it was just a wrong place, wrong time sort of thing. I don't know. Doubt gnawed, a constant companion. They never found him. The police were a formality, their search fruitless. I didn't stay working there very long after that, fearing that he might come back. The shop was a ghost, its bell a warning I couldn't unhear. Every ring, every shadow was him, waiting in the dark. Thank you for listening till the end. Tomales, if you hear a knock at 3 a.m. tonight, don't answer it. Maybe the next story is coming. Symbiotes for you. See you the Sympodes in your next nightmare.